on mute. Please unmute yourself only when you're ready to speak. Now tell me, how many of us know such people who have started a business or are getting ready to start one or have started one some time ago? Lots. A number of such people has grown dramatically, especially in India, where the government is giving special impetus to micro, small, medium entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and also telling students to stop looking for jobs all the time and focus on any business idea. The number of such people giving up corporate jobs and getting into starting a business is alarming and indicative of a growing dissatisfaction in the corporate work culture. But we are not going to delve into that today. That's a discussion for another day. Let's talk about these businesses. These businesses are mushrooming in every city, every industry at an expense of money, manpower, infrastructure, resources. But when these businesses start to experience that downward slide, it is heartbreaking. Not only for those involved, but also especially for the person who's invested the money. Often the business can survive and do well if certain aspects of this business can be changed. It could be something tangible, machinery, equipment, people, or something intangible like process flows, software upgrades, introduction of new manufacturing standard. Or the list can be exhaustive. Every aspect of the business can be changed for the better. Then there are, of course, the older businesses who need to boost, to pull up their socks, diversify, upgrade, keep with the times. Some need to change their core product. Some need to diversify to grow their basket of offerings. So it's different strokes for different folks. It's never always the same thing that is applicable everywhere. But wherever the business is, whether it is small or new, big, old, wherever there is any stress, and they may or may not admit, but it requires a good doctor to take advantage of the situation that is apparent and to take an objective look and spell out the diagnosis. To set the house right, there has to be an involvement of a team of experts, well acquainted with business turnarounds, who can make required changes from system upgrades, process re-engineering, machinery upgrades, inflow of fresh capital investment, strategic marketing plans, training, so many changes. I'm just pointing out some of them. But who's to identify the things that are not working well? And once these areas of improvement are identified, how is one to go about bringing the change, managing the change? Well, these are the group of professionals who are clubbed together as turnaround professionals. And when the going gets really rough, insolvency professionals. They can be termed as the doctors and the morticians for these cases. Doctors can cure, morticians will try and spruce it up post-mortem. But without delving into morbidity, let's not go there. The scope of work spans over the old as well as the new. Whosoever might need hand-holding and guidance before things go out of hand. Evidently, the doors open up for many, many different professionals to work on these entities, turn them around. Lawyers, chartered accountants, company secretaries, management professionals, IT automation specialists, digital media professionals, trainers, chain management specialists, HR experts. And if you fall into any one of these categories, trust me, you have a very interesting field open for you to explore. It's new, it's exciting, it will get your creative juices running. And today we have some of these professionals who will discuss this very fascinating field of turnaround management, mediation, due diligence, and insolvency. They will talk to you at length about the opportunities available today and in the years to come for such professionals and how they can be engaged across verticals to save businesses, save the exchequer some, because we have to save our bad mortgages and bad debt. So now, without much ado, let's move towards introducing you to our speakers for today. Our first session starts shortly. It's a very interesting topic of career options and opportunities for turnaround professionals. Speakers for this session are Rocky Ravinder Gupta, President TMA and Insol Fellow, Satish Kumar Gupta, Resolution Professional, SR Steel and Co-Chair Events and Sponsorship, Working Group TMA India, Vikram Shankar, Vice President TMA UK Next Gen and Co-Chair Next Gen TMA India, Devang Sampath, Chartered Accountant, Resolution Professional and Member, Events and Sponsorship, Working Group TMA India, Professor Sumit Arora, Associate Professor of Practice, OP Jindal Global University and Co-Chair, Research and Academia and the Working Group for TMA India, Alan Liebert, expert on restructuring and turnarounds. From 2 to 3:30, we have a discussion on career options as a mediator. The speakers are Mr. A.S. Chandio, Chairman, Board of Directors, TMA India, Practicing Senior Advocate, President, Madhyam Council for Mediation and Conflict Resolution, former Additional Solicitor General of India, and President-elect Bar Association of India. We are very honored to have him today. Rocky Ravinder Gupta, President, TMA India, Dr. Shekhar Sriram, President, International Mediation Organization, or IMO, Ms. Ambili Menon, Advocate and Mediator, Mr. Aruloli, Chartered Accountant, Mediator, and Charter President, IMO. At 3:30, there is a discussion on career options as a due diligence professional. These speakers for this session are Christopher Davis, international corporate lawyer, Robert Windmill, mergers and acquisitions lawyer, Dr. Linda Spedding, international lawyer and author, Ramakrishna, advocate, company secretary, A.S. Chandiok, Chairman, Board of Directors, TMA India, and Rocky Ravinder Gupta, President, TMA India. So let's start with the first session then. It's a very interesting session. I'm very glad you're all here because you have so much to learn, so much to absorb, so much to understand, and then get into it as a career option. Rocky, over to you for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Indu, for a wonderful opening lines on the session. Gentlemen, welcome you all to the first workshop of TMA India on alternate career options. Turnaround is a field which is not very well known. We almost and always correlate turnarounds with during insolvency, that once an insolvency happens, then the company needs to be taken back to its healthier course by a resolution applicant. This is a normal process which happens. Many companies are successful, but we need to understand that why does a company get into an insolvency situation? Why can't we help that company prior to it getting into an NPA mode or a default situation where it can easily be admitted to an insolvency? Across the globe, turnaround has become a norm rather than being given overburdened by insolvencies and all. Even the European Union had come out with a insolvency directive on bankruptcy, which was superseded last year by a directive on restructuring and turnaround. They want turnaround and restructuring to be dealt with first before even they start on an insolvency proceeding. When you talk about United States Chapter 11 is more of a turnaround process rather than a bankruptcy or an insolvency process. So we cannot call Chapter 11 that it is an insolvency process. So Europe, even the Australia part of it, the Canadian jurisdiction or the South African jurisdiction, most of them are using turnaround. But here in India, we are very much lacking in the turnaround field. We are expecting that through TMA India, we could spread the awareness about turnaround and help company not to get into insolvency. Why turnaround? That is the question that you must be thinking that why should we turn around a company? Think about you. I mean, you are all insolvency professionals, and you should be looking at many companies that you might be serving as a IRP or an IP or as a liquidator. What happens in a formal insolvency process, CIRP? The promoter is always dangerously located in terms that he's always, most of the time, the probability of his losing his company is very high. He loses his company, but the point is that when does he lose his company? He loses his company when it gets into an insolvency process. What happens thereafter to the company during the time frame when he is admitted to insolvency and when he is actually the resolution applicant takes over? In that intervening period, which might stretch to 1 year to 3 years time or 5 years time, probably more than that in some cases, the employees do not have work because because of negative cash flows. They cannot pay the salaries of the employees or payments to the vendors. Vendors go out, they lose their business. Government obviously always, I think, nobody pays to the government in a resolution plan or a very little amount. The operational creditors are the biggest losers. Everybody is talking about it to bring operational creditors to the forefront, but it is still there as per the legislation of IBC. Everybody is in a lose-lose situation. But when you talk about turnarounds can happen early. There is some noise coming from someone. Please mute yourself. Uh, Turnarounds can happen early. Whenever there is some sort of a issue with the company, they can look at some sort of early warning signals which the company gives and start helping themselves by employing turnaround professionals. These turnaround professionals would identify the source of the stress, the issues, and try to plug those loopholes, whatever they are, and help the company create positive cash flows. Maybe it is an operational aspect, maybe it is a financial aspect, maybe it is a managerial aspect, it is issue with the top leadership, senior management, middle management. Everything can be taken care of. When that happens and a company is turned around in the early part of its stressful days, what will happen? The company will go back to being healthy company, and promoters would retain that company, albeit probably with a lesser equity if they are getting equity funding or a debt funding if they can. Vendors do not lose their business, employees keep their job, government gets all their taxes, and everybody is in a win-win situation. The customers keeps getting those products which the company is manufacturing or the services which the company is giving. So that makes it much more easier for the companies to survive through some sort of a early help from turnaround professionals. I mean, if you look at the Indian scenario, a company doesn't have any other option right now to be dealt with in the initial part of their stages. We have chartered accountants, lawyers, company secretaries, management consultants in different verticals of management. But are they qualified enough to be turnaround professionals? The answer is no. You are an expert, or I am an expert as a lawyer in my own domain. You, as a chartered accountant or a company secretary or a management consultant, are experts in your own domain. The other two domains out of those three domains of management, finance, and law, two domains are still yet to be covered by professionals like us. So what we are saying is that a turnaround professional has to wear three hats of a management, law, and a financial guy. Only then he can understand the whole scenario, understand what are the problems that are being faced by the companies, and thereafter take some steps to mitigate those issues or problems. TMA India has come in at a very right and opportune time into India. We are looking at Prime Minister Modi 5 trillion economy, which cannot happen through insolvency and bankruptcy. As you understand by the statistics given by the IBBI, the recovery rate in a resolved situation is 32%, and in a liquidation rate is almost 6 to 9%. We say that why do we have to look at these percentages? Why can't we look at 100%? And that 100% can come from turning around a company. Yes, the creditors might need to have take some sort of a, not a haircut, but a time gap. The difference between the average debt might have to increase, but they will get their all money back. The average time of credit needs to increase because the cash flows need to be taken care of, and the people that who will be doing that are very rare in India. The big fours are doing it, but are the big fours looking at businesses of MSMEs? MSMEs are big in numbers, 63 million in India. Out of the 63 million, we expect 1% of them to go into distress situation. It could be a financial distress or it could be an operational distress within the next 5 years. Where are the professionals, the turnaround professionals who can help them out? There are none. We have in our midst some turnaround professionals who have turned around many companies like Satish, Devang. We would be having Vikram from England and Alan from Switzerland. They would be coming a bit later because of time difference. They would be getting up a little bit late, so we expect them to join within the next half hour to 40 minutes. So these are the people who have already turned around companies across the globe, and there are so many opportunities for all of you who want to be turnaround professionals and can help companies. And helping a company doesn't matter. The three fields are law, management, and finance. And whereas management and finance remain the same across the board, across the globe, with small changes probably as per the accounting standards. Law is a little bit different, which can be taken care of, right? So every one of you is a potential turnaround professional if you want to be. So I would not taking much of the time because we have a very interesting and a long session. I would request Satish to come in and put up his presentation for the viewers and his expert comments. And Satish, by the way, is the resolution professional for SR Steel, and he has turned around SR Steel, which was in 2020 one of the biggest turnaround in the world, for which they were given an award by TMA Global. And just to let you know about the TMA India organization, TMA India is a chapter of TMA Global. TMA Global is an organization which is working in 56 jurisdictions worldwide with over 10,000 members. And members include from accountants to lawyers to management consultants to members of judiciary and members of from the government departments as well of various countries. So over to you, Satish. Thank you, everyone. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. And I would like to thank ICSI IPA for hosting this seminar, and which is and on an topic which is very relevant in today's environment, and particularly for various IPs, who have been acting IPs and managing the affairs of the companies for now 5 to 6 years, and have developed experience in managing the companies. And now uh, uh, now the need for a new kind of skills which are required in today's environment, which is very dynamic. So Rocky has already pointed out the difference in skills which are required uh, by turnaround professionals. And I would like to take you through this live example, live international example, a company in US. Uh, which is going through this process. Now we all understand, what frameworks we have. The only legal framework is essentially insolvency, and as we know now, the focus is on early identification of stress. That what are the red flags for the when the stress is identified, so that preventive measures can be taken, uh, so that essentially turnaround can be achieved, companies operational performance can be improved, so that companies underlying inherent performance can be improved, and thereby avoid that the company doesn't go to insolvency and faces a situation where a kind of distress situation evolves. So we are essentially talking of turnaround management skills, how to identify the uh, stress early on, and develop the skills required. So I will take you through a presentation on a live case. So it does not represent that we are making any judgment on the company's policies and company's action taken. However, as we go through, you will make out that what are the signs of the stress, and how is it important for turnaround management professionals to get involved and improve the underlying operations of the company, so that companies turnaround and insolvency can be avoided. I have shared the presentation. I don't know, is it visible?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, just a minute.
Anjali, can you provide us with the sharing rights?
Yes, sir, I am making co-host to him. He can share
Yeah.
now.
Is it provided?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead. Now you are the co-host, and you can easily share the PPT.
Okay, it's not coming around. You just close and open first. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is
Yes,
visible.
sir.
If you
All
can
right,
put it
great.
in the
Okay.
full screen,
Full screen? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right, great. So the case, the company name is Polyton Interactive, and it is a US based company, and which is largely into uh, exercise equipment and media, and provides connected fitness services. Uh, so briefly, I will go through the company. So the company is essentially, as I mentioned, it is into the fitness uh, and wellness experience, and they provide hardware and innovative software. That is a touch screen on various hardware equipment, uh, and which is interactive. The company's offering are essentially equipment, that is the hardware, cycling, stretching, boot camp, walking, and then content and music through internet connected touchscreen on these equipment. They also provide world-class instructor for customized exercises, and also the community services which is provided to various corporates. So if we look at the evolution of the company, so the company in the last 7 years, essentially, it moved from only offering bike to bike, treadmills, row guide, all access memberships, which is a subscription based membership, and app was introduced. The company started offering internationally, and then had opened studios for exercise, and recently it achieved more than 3 million paid connected fitness subscriptions. So as I mentioned, there are four verticals: at home connected fitness, digital fitness, gym and boutique studios, and traditional manufacturing equipment manufacturer. And Politan is the leader in connected fitness, which is shown by this presentation in various markets. That is share in total connected fitness subscription. Politan had a share of 74%, 42% share in connected fitness hardware revenue, and share of app store revenue 17%. If you look at the strengths of the company, pioneer and leader of connected fitness industry with strong brand equity, loyal customer base across multiple modalities, and large and diversified subscription based, as we have already shown, very high subscription based.
Satish, I'll just interject. Sorry to interject. The screen, the slides are not moving, or are we on the first slide only?
No, I have moved.
No. Yes, now it has moved. Now it has moved. Can you just?
I think in the when we zoom it, it doesn't move.
Okay, we are not seeing the Zoom version. You can do it on the
Okay.
smaller version.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you can see the slide.
Can you change the slide? Can you change the
Yeah,
slide?
I've changed.
Yeah. Now you can see that. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, acha. Oh, so okay. Okay, so just I will take a few seconds so that you can do. So as I mentioned, the business of the company is connected fitness, and it provides hardware and paid subscription services. Now is it moved?
Yeah, it has moved. Yeah.
All right. Okay, great. I think in Zoom, yes, it doesn't work. And so same equipments which are provided, that is hardware, cycling, stretching, and then the content which is internet connected, and it provides customized training services through world-class instructors. This is how the evolution has taken place over a period of time. In fact, so as you can see, the products offering have grown, services offering have grown, number of studios have gone up, and there is a large increase in the connected fitness subscriptions. These are again the offerings. So now you have a broad idea of what the company is about, its underlying business. So its business is both hardware and software. Hardware in terms of the in terms of the bike, treadmills, rowers, guides, and in addition to that, these are the connected services. So both hardware and software. So its revenue stream is essentially uh, its revenue stream is essentially from both from the sale of hardware, that is the equipment, and also from the subscription revenue stream. And if you look at from 2018, the subscription revenue, which was 80 million, it went up to 872. Okay, million in 2021, and then it doubled to quarter in 2024, 1.7 billion. So we can see the significant increase, and that shows how the company has grown in the last 7 years. At the same time, the gross profit margins have also gone up. So this is essentially the how the companies this particular company has grown, and how that growth happened. In early 2020, pandemic hit, and suddenly stuck inside, people turned to at home fitness and found connection in Polyton's streamed workout classes. And that really, the during pandemic, the company's demand for equipment and subscription based services zoomed. In May 2020, Polyton reported a 66% increase in sales and 94% increase in subscribers. So you can see sudden growth which came in. And in September 2022, Polyton said it had its first profitable quarter with sales spiking 172%. Now, you can relate to many companies which we have also seen in India, and Indian companies, largely how the challenges which we have faced, or it has already been covered in previous sessions, or some seminar. So, however, I took this example of a US based company so as to show that essentially the challenges which are faced are essentially universal, and what is done and or not done, those issues are also global. So here we can see the company had the fantastic increase in its sales, and it became profitable, and the company's market cap at that time had crossed USD 50 billion. You can relate it to the Baiju's case, okay, wherein it had very excellent growth during pandemic, and thereafter, and it had a very profitable business. Now, when one grows so fast, now what happens? When a sudden growth takes place, the company faced issues in its logistic operations. Delivery times for new equipment became longer and longer, and Polyton, typically diehard fans, began expressing their frustrations. So a company could not manage the logistic, that is the delivery to the customers was not as per the timeline committed. Other aspect which happened is that the company's equipment faced quality issues. So when suddenly the demand goes up, and you outsource your equipment, it becomes difficult to maintain quality. So on both the delivery and quality issues, uh, they had problem with the customers. So So on account of these issues which cropped up, so growth was there. However, to manage the growth, one requires stabilization, okay, which the company could not do. So in early 2021, the company had, because of the growth, company uh, pledged to manufacture tens of millions of treadmill and bikes to keep up, and they wanted to set up a new factory, okay. Now, post pandemic, and there was a decline in demand. Then, as things happen, when there is a decline in demand, revenue declines, company laid off 5,000 staff. And you see that, in 2022, how many how many employees were laid off. These are the signs of stress. Not only these, when the company is cutting down the staff, but also where the company CEO also steps down. So the company CEO also step down. In addition, what happens when the company does not focus on quality? Now, US market is very, very conscious on safety part, and any product which has issues regarding safety, company has to recall the product. So as I mentioned earlier, that company had faced quality issues. So company had to recall uh, bikes which were sold from January 2018 to May to 2023. Now you can very well imagine that what kind of the cost the company will have to incur in recalling and providing replacement. So these are the kind of stress which we see when the company goes for growth uh, at a very excellent, at a very high rate. Now let us see the financials. So over a period of time, if we see the 7-year period, company has grown from 2019 million, okay, to in one quarter 718 million. So there is a fantastic growth, and the company had a growth of 100%, okay, per year. So that is the kind of the growth. But whether the growth also meant the more profit. So in the first year, $51 million EBITDA loss, and which had gone up to in 2023 208 million. So growth doesn't mean profitability. And if we see the free cash flow in quarter one to 2022, 652 million, and which has gone down. However, still the cash flow losses were there. And after reducing the manpower and undertaking other measures, okay, company had reduced the cash flow losses to 37 million. So what we see, that company, as it was growing over a period of time, it was just playing along. Okay, it was growing its business. It was in growth path, and the strategy was based on the growth and not focusing on profitability and cash flow. Without stabilizing operations, too much investment in one area, markets were defined conventionally, that is hardware and software. They were defined conventionally and not as a bundled product. Little focus on quality. So as it grew, there was hardly any focus on the maintenance of the quality, missing synergy of product and services. So this is what is that the market was defined conventionally. Continuous bleeding of cash, uncertainty not properly defined and accounted for. So when company grows so fast, one has to account for that, whether this growth can come down also at one point of time, and how do we manage this. Okay. So we have talked about the business, underlying business, operations, and what was happening to the company over a period of time. Now, as it happens, you know, the company for its operations requires cash, and for uh, cash, it has to borrow. So similarly, Politon had borrowed funds, and these funds were needed to be paid 800 million towards a debt by November 2025. And further, 2,000 million was to be paid in another 3 months. So that is $1 billion has to be paid by next year. And you know what happens? And if there is a default, then company gets into insolvency. And that is what happens most of the time. And if there are no proactive action taken, then company gets into insolvency. So the company is and I have mentioned that the company have been continuously losing funds, EBITDA loss, and it has not turned a net profit since December 2020. That is after pandemic. It has not turned a net profit, and it has seen sales fall for 9 straight quarters, and its debt pile posed an existential threat and fueled investor concern about a possible bankruptcy. That is what happens in most of the we can relate to the many Indian companies, where we see that a probable default may come up, and the company and some of the creditor may take the company into insolvency. So these are the signs of the stress, and that is the time when the company has to take action essentially to avoid bankruptcy. So in late May, the company secured $1 billion term loan and raised convertible signal. So essentially, it got its repayment, which was coming in 2025, refinanced, and now additional line of credit was is due in 2029. So essentially, the company have avoided any kind of default in November 2025. Okay. Now, so that is the kind of the financial uh, restructuring company has undertaken. Now, what about the company has undertaken the financial restructuring? So now is the financial restructuring only a solution? In addition to the company's refinancing, company has to essentially fix its underlying problems. Without that, the company can business operations cannot improve. So as happens in these companies, uh, CEO Barry McCarthy will be stepping down, and the company will be laying off another 400 workers. So that is the first uh, uh, focus of cutting down the manpower to reduce cost. Company is again in a dilemma now, whether it is a content company like Netflix, or is it a hardware company that needs to develop new strategy to sell its pricey equipment. So essentially, it has to develop. As I mentioned, they were focusing on the conventional markets, that is the hardware and software. Now, it has to decide that what kind of company is it. Is it an embedded? Is the hardware equipment embedded with the software? So that focusing on the two different markets, that proved to be unsuccessful. It has to make a decision that which part of the models are survivable and which parts are not. So essentially, it has to rework its strategy. So as I mentioned, the company has to make certain decisions that which part of the model are survivable, hardware or software, or as an combination of both, how they are really going to combine this, and which parts are not they can do to advance forward without losing the great brand. So this is the quote from our uh, CEO, international CEO, Scott Stewart. Okay, that money does not fix anything, and the issue becomes the more money you take, the more you refinance, the more problematic it becomes. So financial re-engineering is not panacea. That means you have deferred the timeline for repayment. But turnaround is essentially one has to take the underlying measures to improve the business, so that company can generate cash to to repay its debt. Now, company makes about $1.6 billion, as I had showed you, in recurring high margin subscription revenue, and it is highly profitable. Now, the profit from high margin subscription revenue, where it goes, now where it loses money. Okay, now it is losing money because it is spent on chasing growth. So those factors have to be analyzed. Now, when we analyze such a company and as a turnaround professional, now what do we see? Now, does the company's strategy tap the true source of its advantage? Does it put the enterprise ahead of trends and discontinues? So, as we see, the company's one business is generating money, that is the subscription based, whereas the other part is losing money. So whether that bleeding part, whether this is to be continued or we have to synergize the strengths of that business with the other business, is uncertainty properly defined and accounted for when company grows with a very high growth rate. So does the company provide for that in case the company's growth goes down? Does company balance high growth with flexibility? Does strategy provide for long-term competitive advantage? Is the strategy translated into clear action and reallocation of sources? So this is regarding the strategy, where the company is having a strategy which has to really clearly think of. Now the other part is the financials and where the operational strategy. Now, various uh, measures which have been suggested or which can be taken and which can be uh, taken by a turnaround professional. That is a revised approach to marketing, which will drive greater operational efficiency. So, if we see the financials, we will see that cost of acquisition of customer is 25% of the total revenue, which is very high, and the company has to essentially see what model of acquisition of customers it has to undertake. Now, with this, I come to uh, uh, the major aspect, that why do companies fail? We have seen all these signals that why company is fail. Now, in this case, growth is very high. Okay, operational issue, we have seen access quality issues, safety and environment. When companies grows very fast, obviously it foregoes the quality and safety. When growth is there, then most of the funds are tied up in inventory, and company keeps on borrowing and the debt also goes up. We saw that the company had seen the supply chain issues, where it had to had more warehouses. EBITDA, we have seen EBITDA negative. Over leverage, obviously company has to borrow more to fund its losses. So we have seen all these symptoms in these kind of company. So these are the company, which we see facing the issues in terms of its performance. Company is doing very well in terms of market capitalization. However, underlying businesses are making losses. company has, in this case, company has been able to defer its repayment, but that itself is not going to solve the problem unless the underlying business is turned around. And that is what the turnaround professional brings to the table. Otherwise, company will go into insolvency. Turnaround professionals look at the operations of the company and work out the revised strategy. They look at the operational restructuring, and which is measurable essentially, and by which the company can be brought into the profitability, and so that it is able to generate the cash flow by which repayments can be made. So that is essentially, I would like to bring, I wanted to bring out the role of turnaround professional, that even though company maybe seem to be doing well, okay, financially, and however, we have to see its financials carefully, that what kind of turnaround management it require in its operations. I hope I have brought out uh, the mindset which is required from a turnaround professionals, and why more and more companies will require turnaround professionals. It cannot be business as usual. Okay, even if financial engineering take place, one has to carry the turnaround. Otherwise, company will face insolvency sooner or later. Rocky, I
Okay.
hand over.
Sorry, I have a question for you, sir.
Okay.
First
Yes.
of all, I must say it was very enlightening. Must
Thank you.
acknowledge and appreciate. Uh, could you also please elaborate how we as insolvency professionals have an edge to become a turnaround professional as against those management graduates who pretend to be uh, turnaround professionals these days?
Right. So as IP, we are already managing the affairs of the company. Okay, and IPs now there are different kind of corporate debtor. Okay, and most of the IPs have gathered experience. You know, whether they are chartered accountants or company secretaries. Okay, they have already acquired that kind of business acumen. So it is not that only the companies professionals or some of the big four firms, so they are only involved. So what I have focused on is essentially developing a mindset which will essentially look to identify the signals, and thereby look for turnaround opportunities. Okay, now at the moment, one is not looking at these kind of opportunities. One is either looking at the insolvency, and then and again, we are not looking at the operational restructuring, how the business can be, underlying business can be put to uh, a path which generate the positive cash flows.
Uh, 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 just like I would like to add that IPs are much more better at becoming turnaround professionals because, like I said, we have three streams which have to be looked into when you are doing a turnaround, or for any business for that matter, is law, finance, and accounting. So most of the times you are at least IPs are much more adept at the law and the finance part, because most of the IPs belong to the accounting side. Not all, but yes, most of them. And the only thing that you need to understand is about the management part. Whereas when you talk about a management professional who is simply a management professional, doesn't know about law and finance. So I think IPs are much more inclined to be become a better turnaround professional rather than the other people. Uh, just Sumit, I'll come to you, please. About Peloton. Peloton received the funding right now in May this year, and we do not know what's going to happen in the next 2 years. So we'll come back to you after probably 6 months or 1 year with this, what has happened to Peloton. But you can always relate it to what has happened with the COVID top-ups that the bankers were giving to the businesses of 20% or 10%. So they're also going bad. So Peloton needs some sort of an operational restructuring uh, before it can come out of the stress that it is going. Yes, Sumit. Now, please let me know your query.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gupta, for allowing me to share at least one line with what Mr. Gupta is saying, Mr. Satish Gupta is saying. So, friends, on this question of how IPs are better equipped to handle turnaround situations or contribute in turnaround, being somebody from academics as also management, all I can say is the biggest problem or the challenge which turnaround professional today is facing, and I don't know whether we'll be humble and magnanimous enough to accept this at this forum, is we do not have data. At least the researchers do not have data, and I'll talk more of academics when given a chance. We do not have data. Why we do not have data? Because nobody is coming to us and telling us we are failing. Listed companies will not tell us that we are failing because their shares will go down. A good company will never come in front. A good entrepreneur, India being more focused with MSMEs, family businesses, they'll never come and accept the failure. And I'll show you the data when my chance will come. In case of IPs, you have privy to data. Companies shouting loud and clear and saying, boss, we want to turn around. Employees are saying, suppliers are saying, government is saying, regulation is saying, the whole ecosystem is with you. But with turnaround professionals, ecosystem is not with us. We have to sell our product. But in case of IPs, the product is already sold. You only require a solution. We are here to contribute as a family, to share the path as to what the solution is from turnarounds world. That is it. Thank you, Mr.
So other aspect, which I just want to emphasize, earlier we used to have various RBI restructuring schemes, so which were largely financial reengineering. And as you are aware, 90% of those schemes failed. And that is where now realization is that early identification and then taking corrective course of action, and that can be done only with the turnaround mindset by us professionals.
You're on
Thank
mute, Rocky.
Thank you.
Can we have the questions a little bit later at the end of the session, because we have still many speakers to go and we are short on time. So now we have Mr. Alan from Switzerland. He is the founder of TMA Switzerland and a good friend of mine. And we welcome Alan to first time in the Indian scenario on Indian webinar. Alan, I can't see you.
I'm here. I'm live.
Okay, I can see you now. Hi. So the floor is all yours. So Alan is a turnaround professional. He does operational restructuring. He does financial restructuring. He is into funding of distressed assets. He has good connects with private equity across the globe. And he's the person to go to when you have some issues with regard to finance in India or abroad. Please, Alan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Rocky, and I'm very honored and humbled to be invited to participate in that first seminal conference of TMA, of the new TMA India chapter or Indian chapter of TMA. I have to reminisce with some nostalgia or some emotion that 20 years ago I co-founded the first French chapter of TMA. 20 years on, I am now on the board of TMA Europe, and maybe I will share my screen at that stage so I can start sharing a few things with you. That is probably what we want to share. Hopla. Do you see something? I'm not sure that I am sharing. Can you see the slide?
Can you put it in a
Yes, we
maximized
can.
mode, Alan?
Sorry?
The window is small. Can you just maximize it?
Sure. Let me do this. How about this? Is it better or?
It's better. It's better.
Okay, I'll maximize again a little bit more if I can. Okay, so yes, as I say, and I was really inspired by the previous speaker and this great story of Peloton. It's a fascinating case study. I think one that we all relate to as experienced turnaround professionals. What we have tried to do in Europe, and I am in intense discussions with Rocky how we can synergize this and leverage this for the benefit of your community of talented turnaround professionals in India. Is we have started what we call the EACTP, the European Association of Certified Turnaround Professionals, where people who are slightly less experienced than you all are. I'm thinking of your junior team members or some of the less experienced new players in the field can actually accelerate their experience curve by getting certified, an official university recognized postgrad certification carried out online and at whatever rhythm people professionals have time to do it. So there's no pressure. You don't need to take any time off. But at the end of the day, whenever you can fulfill what you have to do to get certified, you get also an official recognition as a certified turnaround practitioner. And that will also, at the end, I'll say something about the question, or the first question we had of Mr. Conti, because I think that also addresses some of what he was mentioning. I understand that, and correct me, Rocky, if I'm wrong, that I have somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes to talk about what the basic requirements for a successful turnaround is. Is that still correct?
Yes, 20 minutes, Alan.
Okay, I will go then very quick, but that's perfectly fine. I can stay at a broad level. So basically, the question that I was asked to talk about today is what are the basic requirements, from the perspective of both the body that actually certifies turnaround practitioners, but also, looking back at my experience of 30 some years of turnaround. Given that, my company and what I'm doing, we are doing interim management in turnaround and special situations, also in litigations or M&A, but whatever is a special situation, and a lot of that are turnarounds. What are the basic requirements for a successful turnaround? Because, as we all know, if we are completely honest, we know that when you've done several dozen turnarounds, not all of them are successful. And we despite that, we put the same amount of energy, of emotional attachment, of we send our hearts out when we start a new turnaround case. And well, thankfully, many of them are successful, and unfortunately, not all of them are successful. And then when you've done that enough times, you have enough of a database and treasure chest to look at what made your successful turnarounds, or also the ones of your colleagues and friends around you that you see and that they talk to you about. What are basically the differences between a turnaround that was successful and a turnaround which unfortunately wasn't? So that's the topic of these 20 minutes or 18. So and basically the way I thought I would.
Take your time. Don't.
Sorry.
Take your time.
Thank you, Rocky. So the way I thought I would structure it is that, one of the most overlooked questions is the first question on this slide, which is, should we really be turning around this company? Or should we not be even trying to turn around this company? And I'll come back to that in a minute. But assuming we have answered in a positive way that yes, we want to try and turn around this company, it's worth it, then we have a number of boxes to check, which very quickly are written on that slide: managing the immediate cash crisis, and then looking at building forecasts and business plans. Assessing the business. Sorry? Oh, sorry. I thought somebody. Assessing the business viability, the enterprise value, and then the defining and selecting what is going to be your optimum process for turning around this company, and supporting the management during the turnaround process, and finally dealing with communication and with stakeholder management. So starting with the first one, turn around or not to turn around. Basically, we should all bear in mind when we start a new engagement, or when we consider or contemplate starting a new engagement, that not all distressed businesses can or should be saved. Businesses are distressed for a good reason, for a set of good reasons. And in many cases, thankfully, these good reasons can be somehow alleviated and cured. But in some, or indeed in a number of cases, it is not rare at all that the good reasons why a business is in trouble are also the same good reasons that mean that this business cannot be saved. And basically, before we start investing a lot of emotional energy, money, time in trying to turn around a business, we must actually figure out whether or not it has any chance, any remote chance of working. And in order to find out that, the number of things you have to consider is basically, do we have the short-term liquidity to basically carry out a turnaround, really in the short term? Because if we don't, everything else is basically irrelevant. If we have a short-term liquidity, do we also have a viable core business? Is there anything like was described in the case of Peloton? What is the business that they want to be in? Is it viable, or is it basically doomed as a business in general? Do we have a credible management team to basically carry out what needs to be carried out? Do we need to reinforce it with a chief restructuring officer, a turnaround manager? Do we need to change the CFO, change the CEO, change a number of members of the executive team or the board, whatever? Do we have a fundable business plan, where the important word is fundable? Of course, as turnaround managers, we will come up with a business plan that is going to map up a road to take the business out of trouble. However, can this business plan credibly find and attract funders? Because it's going to cost some money. And who is going to fund that money? Is there a way to convince different types of actors, whether it is creditors, investors, equity players, debt players, customers, suppliers, the government, whomever? Can we actually have a business plan which is going to find people that are going to be, minded to actually fund it? And finally, last but not least, if we have all of the above, do we have the time that we need to deliver on it? And indeed, this one I put also in red, because again, as experienced turnaround practitioners, we also have experienced cases. These are perhaps sometimes the most heartbreaking of them all, where all of the above was warranted. We had liquidity, at least for the short term. We had a core business. The management team, however reinforced, was actually well equipped to carry out the turnaround, and it could be funded, but we didn't have the time. It was too late. And that's exactly also what the previous question, gentlemen, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, exactly said, that sometimes or many times, whenever we are called, it's already too late. There would be something to do. We could do it, but we don't have the sheer time to do it. So unless all of the above, including the last one, time, are warranted, you may actually, after a first diagnosis, this diagnosis can be done in a matter of a handful of weeks, if not a little bit less than this. If you don't have all of the above, then maybe you should not even embark. You should say, I'm sorry, guys, but this is a case where the company cannot any longer be turned around. Assuming that we answer the question with a yes, as I said. So as I told you, there is, I believe there were 7, the magnificent 7 dimensions that turnaround professionals have to manage more or less simultaneously, or not all of them simultaneously, but the first, of course, and the most urgent one is how do you manage the immediate liquidity crisis. So there's a number of levers and best practices there. Very quickly, they're run from establishing immediate cash management, prioritizing the key payments, identifying and taking advantage of the low-hanging fruits on the liquidity side, taking control of the cash management of your subsidiaries, which is an interesting corner because it is often overlooked, but many times it can be quite helpful and quite significant. And then you can move on to establishing the forecasts and the business plan for the businesses as you wish to turn it around, which means, first of all, what is your short-term survival and recovery plan, which is going to carry you out or through the first few weeks and first few months. But then what is your midterm business plan, looking at several quarters or a year or two? And then what is the valuation of this business? Can you get an IBR or an independent business review that is going to be the stepping stone for independent creditors and third-party investors to believe that what you are telling them is correct, and that and to speed up the due diligence and speed up the negotiation for funding? Taxation issues, I think in 20 minutes I don't want to cover, but let it be said here that although tax is not exactly front and center on the mind of turnaround professionals, sometimes we can see the occasional turnaround which had everything going for it except it was sunk by a taxation issue. So it does happen sometimes, and it has to be somewhere on your radar screen that you need to be careful about that. Then you need to assess the business viability and the enterprise value, which starts with the liquidation analysis and a breakup value. Because ultimately for your stakeholders, and in particular the creditors, the question really is, where is the value break? Where does the value break? And what are the alternatives? Here you are as a turnaround manager, sketching out a bright future or rosy future where you turn around the company and it becomes profitable again, and it starts, being a really good opportunity for investors, for creditors, for stakeholders. But then what the people listening to you have on their mind is, what's the alternative? Can I let this company fail? If I let it fail, how much am I going to get back? As a creditor, as an investor, or as a stakeholder, am I being actually asked to throw good money after bad? Or am I actually looking at a business proposition which is in my best interest of stakeholder? And therefore, you need to be very clear and transparent as to what are the alternatives for secured lenders, for unsecured lenders, for stakeholders. Do they stand to lose everything? Do they have a remote hope of recovering 5, 10, 20, 30% of their investment? And how is your proposed solution, where you are asking them to make some efforts, you're asking some of them to bring them new money, fresh money, new resources, some sort of a support in whatever form? How is that a better outcome for them, in their interest, not in yours or not in anybody else's? And of course, this consideration varies greatly by jurisdictions. Then you have the question of subsidiaries and non-core operations and assets. What are you going to do with them? You have the question of defining the long-term optimum core business, which in many cases will be significantly different or very different of what they were doing before. This was also exemplified in the great latter part of the discussion on Peloton, that Mr. Gupta just carried out. And having done that, reassessing the value break, because the value break today is not the value break tomorrow. And again, this is something that if you don't do as a turnaround manager, you can rest assured that the people who are listening to you in silence will be doing it for you. So you've got to indeed reassure on how is the value break improved by the turnaround you're carrying out for the various stakeholders. then you have to select, having basically assessed the business viability, the midterm value, and having convinced your business partners on this turnaround that it is in their best interest to support you and to support the turnaround of the company. The next question becomes then, what is the optimum process that you can select and that you should select ahead of time? You don't want anybody to do that for you. You want to be on the driver's seat for this. What is going to be the optimum process, or the optimal process to be chosen? Is it going to be a fully consensual restructuring? Or does it include various degrees or various levels of hardball insolvency for either the group or for some of the companies of the group, or an insolvency of the mother company, maybe the holding company, while the operating companies become solvent, or the other way around? Some of the operating companies or some of the subsidiaries are let down to become insolvent, while other companies in the group and perhaps the holding company remains solvent. Whichever way, what is the mix of consensual versus in-court restructuring that you believe is the better way of delivering and or of convincing your stakeholders that the solution you are proposing is the better solution for them? Then, obviously this is extremely different jurisdiction by jurisdiction, so I don't want to go into the detail. You know them as well as we do. Let me just, I have not put India on this slide because I am not knowledgeable enough personally of what the Indian insolvency frameworks are. But suffice it to say that India, of course, would have its place on this slide. But suffice it to say that each jurisdiction has its different toolbox, and that depending where is the heart of your companies, where is the core of the business located. In the case of Peloton, obviously, there would be a mother company, but there would be a number of very significant subsidiaries. There will be the question of where is the IP located, where are the main assets located, and in each the jurisdiction, which is going to be very relevant to the turnaround concept at hand, then you can use a series of various tools to basically help you deliver on your vision and choose the optimum process. The choice of the optimum process, to finish with, also throws the question of forum shopping, which again we are not going to have time this morning to talk to in more detail, but which is definitely something you should have on your radar screen. We should all have on our radar screen, which is that sometimes we can structure our restructuring concept around the choice of the best jurisdiction to carry out a certain part of our restructuring concept, and we can do that in a very strategic way. Then, it's all well and good, but who's managing the business operations during that time? I guess you are, or the management team that you have put together are managing the business. And this means that you cannot, while you are very busy with everything else that I have mentioned before, you should not overlook the key role that middle management is going to play to either support your concept by making sure that the business somehow performs during the turnaround as a business as usual, and or that this middle management also supports your vision of what you are changing, what you are perhaps completely putting on its head in the way that the business is being done. In the case of the example of Peloton that was given to us before by Mr. Gupta, as he rightly pointed out, whether you end up with a turnaround concept which says that we want to be a hardware company, or whether we end up in a situation where they say, well, we want to be a content company like Netflix, you will need to be supported by a vast layer of middle managers who will have to explain to the whole and the bulk of the employees and to the stakeholders, to the suppliers, to the clients, to the creditors in each country, why this is indeed the best vision and why this is in the best interest of whomever is there, and then managing the disappointment of inevitably those for whom it is not in their best interest, obviously, because whichever choice you make, you're going to have some people whose best interests are not going to be served by the choice that you are making. So how do you deal with them? How do you deal with the disappointment? How do you make sure that as long as you have not made the shift entirely to become a hardware company or a content company, that the company, the business, the ongoing business of the company does not completely blow up because people are disillusioned, demotivated. They say, oh my God, we are moving away from my business. We're all going to get fired. I don't care what I do any longer. And then suddenly your turnover goes down, your costs explode or whatever else. And then your turnaround process is going to be sunk by a lack of support of the middle management that you didn't spend enough energy and time basically caring about. Then, of course, it's not only the middle management, it's all of the employees. So that will turns back into the communication that I'm going to talk to in a short time. Of course, depending on the countries and of the concept, you may have a key role of the employee representative and the trade unions. That, again, is very different country by country. Sometimes it's not that important. Sometimes it's very important. And anywhere where it is important, at least important, then you have to bear in mind very significant key cultural differences in different countries or different areas of the world in how you deal with these particular stakeholders. Then you need to keep the business going and keep the lights on, which means you need to continue to have a very keen eye on cash flow management and treasury management as the months go by. So the 13 weeks cash flow forecast is, of course, a key tool that I think we are all using, and we are all, at least we should be teaching everyone who is new in the business of using. You have to establish financial as well as non-financial KPIs and reporting processes. You have to basically set up a number of initiatives with the help of the top management and middle management on performance enhancement on the cost reduction side, but also on performance management on the top line improvement side. So whether this is marketing, whether this is product portfolio pruning, whether this is pricing, whether this is reviewing your distribution channels, but basically what is going to help you on the top line side of things. And then finally, we have the communication management and stakeholders management. So as I just said before, as you carry out this, in a way, Olympian tasks, in this day of time when the Olympian Games are starting in Paris, maybe it is worth being reminded that good turnaround is a bit of an Herculean challenge. You have to keep your employees on board, and you have to communicate relentlessly with the employees, because you cannot assume that what you thought you had communicated very clearly to top management and perhaps the first layer of directors or top middle management is going to be effectively relayed all the way through the ranks to the blue collar and normal employees on the ground. So you have also to take responsibility about what is being communicated, how it's being communicated, and you've got to find also direct channels to communicate yourself directly to make sure that the message doesn't get lost in the process to all the employees on the basis. Then, of course, as I said before, with the employees representatives, bearing in mind these key differences in cultures that I mentioned before, you have to also communicate with of course, with your creditors, with your credit insurance, with the new money funders that perhaps you have helped identify, which may, of course, be different people than the historical creditors or funders. You have to, again, communicate about the value break and alternatives for them. You have to communicate to your key customers. You have to communicate to your landlords. You have to communicate. With the landlords. You have to also bear in mind that the landlords are in very different situations and positions of power in different jurisdictions. They are, without getting into the details, there are jurisdictions where a landlord is ultimately nothing but just a supplier. It's a supplier of space to work, but at the end of the day, if the company goes bust, he loses everything. just as every other supplier lose everything when they've not been paid. In a number of jurisdictions, this is completely wrong. Landlords are prioritized, they are secured, and when the companies goes bust, they can rest assured that for the rest of the duration of the lease or the rental agreement, they are going to be paid 100% of their debt. So basically, they don't care. They can let the company fail. They will be paid anyway before the more junior suppliers and creditors are paid, and they don't really need to support any restructuring scheme or restructuring vision, which in particular in the case of retail and every other industry where there's a lot of cost in rental space, this is particularly important because it completely changes the ball game in terms of what can be the restructuring vision, but also the restructuring process. Then you have to communicate to the directors, and because many of them are not aware enough of the issue of directors' liabilities. And issues of directors' liabilities, as we all know also as turnaround professionals, can be absolutely paramount. They make the difference between possibly losing one's entire lifetime savings as a director, even when one hasn't done anything really wrong, but when one was not careful enough to make sure that you cannot be taken in the line of fire of a future insolvency practitioner or indeed a disgruntled creditor who is going to sue you for damages in civil and criminal considerations, and is going to either have you sent to jail, or he's going to basically grab all of your lifetime savings and leave you as an impoverished person on the street. And again, this is very different in each jurisdiction, but it is very real too. And I know a number of examples, as I'm sure you all know. I'm not sure what it's looking like in particular in India, but I'm sure we have all seen cases which have very sad outcomes for certain individuals, which did not deserve really the fate that has been bestowed upon them. Then in the UK, I'm not sure whether this is relevant for India or not, but you may need also to communicate with the pension trustees, in particular in the case of defined benefit pension schemes. You have to, in other countries, you have to communicate, to be very careful how you communicate with government agencies, government officials. For what I know of India, again, I'm speaking under your control. You guys are much more knowledgeable than I am, but I would suspect that I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that for India, this is important as well, or possibly even very important as well. Is how you communicate to the civil servants, how do you communicate to the key administrations, how do you communicate to the government, local government, and national or regional government levels. This can also be very, very important. Finally, of course, how do you communicate with shareholders? And the reason why it is important as well, because at the end of the day, as we all know, the shareholders are at the bottom of the food chain, so they will get whatever is left. But it is important in terms of their statutory rights that at some stage, you may have to get a vote for the restructuring process in a general assembly. And you've got to be also mindful that if you don't somehow communicate to the shareholders that they should support in the General Assembly what you are putting up for a vote, you know what? A shareholder who stands to lose everything anyway, or who stands to maybe only get 2% back of their investment, they may not care. They may be so angry that they are going to vote down your restructuring process, and to hell with the company, and to hell with the creditors, and to hell with everyone, because they hate you all. And they just want revenge, so and that can happen. I mean, I've seen that happen. Maybe you've seen that. I'm sure some of you must have seen that happen a few times as well. So this is there just to remind you that even if shareholders are not getting much at all back, they still have statutory rights, and they can still use the statutory rights to basically block a restructuring. So you've got to be mindful of that as well. So that's it. So having said that, basically what I would finish with, if I can still have 2 minutes, Rocky, is that when you take a step back and you look at what I've been talking about for the last 20 minutes, what are the basic requirements for a successful turnaround? I would argue that there are three pillars. And these three pillars is what we thought about when we set up the ESCTP some years ago, the European Association of Certified Turnaround Practitioners. We reflected that in what we called three books of knowledge. One pillar is financial. You've got to understand your numbers. You've got to understand whether this is a P&L, a balance sheet, or a cash flow. You've got to understand money matters. You've got to understand the legal situation of the company, the legal processes, out of court, in court, what is possible, what is not possible, what is desirable, what is non-desirable, what are the alternatives. And then, of course, managerial. As I argued over the last 20 minutes, there are a number of key management capabilities and key management checks on your radar screen or issues on the radar screen that you have to manage all at the same time. And you have to do all these things at the same time. You cannot be, none of us, including, of course, myself, is an expert in all three of these things because it's impossible. However, most of us, and probably all of us, we are reasonably good or very good experts in one of these things. We come from finance. We are an accountant, a banker, a private equity investor, somehow. We are a lawyer. We are an insolvency practitioner, or we are a turnaround manager. And however, wherever we come from, we need to understand at least the basics of the other two things, because no one of us can carry out a successful turnaround or can deliver value for the stakeholders that we represent if we do not understand at least the basic requirements and the basic mind frame of the other two pillars of which we are not an expert. And that's exactly what we try to do with the ESCTP, that we try to basically say, guys, we will not make of you an expert of all three areas. We believe that you are already an expert in one, but we will, of course, need you to prove it when you pass the exam that, yes, you, of course, you understand where you're coming from. That's the easy part. But we also want you to learn enough of, top level of the other two areas where you are never going to become an expert. You are not even trying to, but you need to understand the basics so that on your next turnaround case, you can, play the interface skillfully. You can know when some of the other two people are, excuse my English, but bullshitting you, when they are trying to make you believe something that is in their best interest, but which is actually not true, or it will help you also challenge them from your perspective, and basically this helps you then achieve this holistic and all-encompassing competence for delivering a successful turnaround. It's an art rather than a science, but art also will be learned. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention and for your patience, and I turn over to Rocky again, or to questions if there are any.
Thank you, Alan, for this fantastic and a knowledgeable presentation. 2-3 things I just want to say out for the clarification of all the participants. You talked about 13 weeks. So 13 weeks cash flow is a norm within the turnaround space. So, I mean, probably some might know, some might not know. Then Alan spoke about forum shopping. Forum shopping is not something that we have heard much in India, but in Europe and the other jurisdictions, it is a way to use some other jurisdiction's law in your turnaround or a restructuring or an insolvency process. We can have a session on this at a later stage, because this is a very interesting topic for, at least for the Indian participants. Then Alan spoke about two other things on negotiations and due diligence, which we'll be covering in the next 2 sessions. And one important thing that I have been always very vocal about a director's liability. We do not have that director's liability for insolvent trading in India, which is affecting the insolvency processes in India, because the moment you have a director's liability for insolvent trading, the trading stops, the businesses stop, and you need to report to the regulator who would again check your feasibility, viability, and see what needs to be done as per the rules and regulation of that particular jurisdiction. So that is what we are requiring in India. And as far as the shareholders are concerned, in insolvency, Alan, very sorry to say, the water doesn't reach that stage. It is complete. I mean, it just evaporates after third or fourth level. Even the government, which is at the fifth level, doesn't get that water. So
Yes.
that is our situation in India. And as far as the CTP program, which Alan showed you on the last slide of the 3 book of knowledge, we are going to very shortly introduce India into the book of knowledge of law, and for the benefit of all, you will have access to it. Please access and like the TMA India page on LinkedIn, and if you feel like, you can become a member of TMA India. With that, thank you very much, Alan. And
maybe if I may, Rocky, sorry for interrupting,
sure.
But on your last point also, this is what I wanted to say, and then I forgot about the question of Mr. Conti, I think before. We all come from one of the 3 areas. You can be an IP that wants to become a turnaround professional, or you can be a banker, an investor, a lawyer who wants to, whichever. You have to learn the other things. You have to learn enough of the other things. As I said, you will. And that's how you become a successful turnaround practitioner. When you start, you are not extremely knowledgeable about the areas which are different from where you are coming from in terms of your initial expertise. And this can be really sped up by things like a program like EACTP, and I'm really thrilled if we're going to very soon welcome India in our extended family in this respect, because it really helps us all on this call. Or those of us who haven't already done it on practice, to gain a lot of time to becoming seasoned turnaround professionals, regardless of where they are coming from in their original professional journey.
One question that has come up is by Mr. Dr. Rajesh. We need to change the mindset of bankers, in my view, if we are really serious doing turnaround. For your information, Dr. Rajesh, that in many jurisdictions, if a company is taken over by a turnaround professional, the interest rates go down sometimes, because they're so confident that the turnaround professional would turn around the company, and the company would not get into insolvency, and they will not have to take any haircut. That is the reason that the interest rates goes down. So now let's move on to the next panelist. We have the next panelist, Mr. Vikram Shankar from UK. So Alan, you will get to meet Vikram now. Hi, Vikram.
Hey.
Vikram is
Hi, Alan. Hi, Rocky. I hope everyone's well.
Yeah. So Vikram is operational management expert. He is based out of UK and working in many turnaround that he's done and he's doing at present. He'll be talking about the opportunities that Indian turnaround professionals can have across the globe, specifically Europe. Over to you, Vikram.
Sure. Thanks, Rocky. Okay, so when we talk about operations professionals, I'm glad I came and sat through Alan's presentation, because it is critical that people understand that operations is not pure operations. You will have to absolutely have some degree of understanding of legal and financial. So if you're looking for operational roles overseas, the expectation is almost 20% legal understanding, 20% financial understanding, 60% operations. And broadly placed operations professionals overseas, there are 4 key areas that you can get into. One broad area is pure advisory. So you're looking at big 4 firms, and then you're looking at some of the top tier consultancies like McKinsey and BCG, and you're also looking at some kind of boutique firms which are sector specialists. The second broad area is almost private equity portfolio management. That's specifically in mid markets and mid markets, low mid markets, and also distressed buyout funds. So this is kind of the second broad bucket. The third broad bucket is if your finance is actually fairly strong, if it's more like 40 and then your operations is 60, or if you're 50-50 on operations and finance. Interestingly, some of the restructuring banks, restructuring banking specialists would be very interested to have you on board, because quite typically plans are made with pure finance professionals who make nice plans, but then there isn't sufficient operational consideration for it to actually be carried out. So then they end up trading the wrong classes or the wrong categories of distressed bonds, and placing different asset classes, which eventually end up hurting the company rather than helping it. So that's kind of the third category. The fourth category is a little entrepreneurial, but then this really requires seasoned experience within operations. But typically, large manufacturing and retail firms will have transformation divisions within. So I'm talking about the Unilevers, and I'm talking about the P&Gs, and I'm talking about the Jaguars of this world. So if you've got areas expertise, for instance, sourcing, if you're an expert in sourcing, then typically they also tend to do strategic purchases which are distressed, or they also tend to have divisions which are distressed, which will recover, which will need restructuring, which will require turnarounds, and you would be a part of the internal group which will go into it. So these are the four broad categories, and let me kind of jump into each of the broad categories in terms of where exactly this opportunity is in terms of each of the buckets. So in advisory, Big Fours, and then when I talk about Big Fours, it's mainly PwC, Deloitte, and EY, which are very good, or which have experience in operations turnarounds and operations restructuring, and they all. So PwC does it through the strategy and group. EY does it through their Parthenon practice, and Deloitte does it generally as their value creation and transformation practice. So typical deal size, or rather deal problem statements that come to them are near distress or as a package of distress that they're appointed for as accountants. So this is typically where you would get in, and the point of entry here is pretty much similar to most different consulting firms. And if you're getting in at associate partner level, then the route to entry is almost nearly a headhunter, and almost nearly somebody who knows there, or you work with this firm you work with them on a project and they're particularly impressed with your skills, and they typically tend to keep it. The other more strategic piece of it in terms of advisory is BCG and McKinsey. So BCG has a practice called BCG Turn, and BCG Turn is fairly focused on healthcare supply chain and manufacturing, but they're limited to their expertise in triage, what they call as triage, or what we popularly know as a 100 days plan. So their field of expertise is more in terms of how do we get out of the situation quick now, but then their eventual plan of how do you actually turn the company around, or how do you execute the restructuring is a little weak. But they're very good at kind of coming out with a 100 days plan, coming out with a triage plan, and then kind of giving you an indication as to what might work for you. So BCG Turn typically is strong in the UK. It is fairly strong in Western Europe. It is not so bad in the Middle East. In the US, it's strong in a couple of states, and typically they're very happy to have good people on their team. So if you end up joining BCG India or BCG Middle East, and you can easily transfer over, so that's not an issue. McKinsey has this practice called as RTS, but they're very, very focused on financial services and companies and turnaround for financial services business. They have done a little bit of life sciences in the past, as I understand, but again, very limited to 100 days plan, very limited to strategic overview, not at all from an execution perspective. Then of course you've got you've got a whole lot of boutique consulting firms which are sector specialists, and these are the folks who typically get called on because they build the strategy, they stay on for a year or so, deliver the execution, deliver the turnaround, and then they kind of walk out of the situation knowing that the company is stable and can be handed over confidently to the new owners. So these firms are sometimes mostly sector specialists, but sometimes sector and function specialists. So there are some that have kind of carved out of AT Kearney, or now it's called Kearney. So Kearney was typically very good at sourcing and procurement. That was their area of expertise, typically across Europe. So you got those. Then if you talk about sector agnostic but functional specialization, you've got Alex Partners, you've got Alvarez and Marcel. So these are the other typical consulting firms or advisory firms that kind of have. So this is all about the advisory bucket. Then we come into the next big bucket of private equity. This is by far the funkiest world when it comes to operations and operations turnaround. So they broadly do it in two ways. Or rather three ways. Either they have their own internal operations team. For instance, Aurelius Debt Funds is a classic example of 80-man, 100-man, or 100-person team of operations expert, and their philosophy is buy discounted or near distressed assets, deploy the team for 3 years, do the entire turnaround and transformation, realize asset value, and sell. So here, your role would typically be with good experience, and certainly it absolutely helps if you have a CTP, because that kind of gives a booster of confidence to the management and the client hiring you, or the management that would take you on post purchase by the PE company, saying that you understand the legal piece of it, you understand the financial piece of it. So if they kind of drop you in the ocean of the chaos of operations, you know your way around and you can work with their teams. You can also work with the buyer to figure out what needs to be done. So that's the funky overview. Typically, you will not find large funds doing it. So I spoke about one way of doing it is they have their own internal team. The second way of doing it is if you've been an ex-CEO, if you've been an ex-CEO, or if you're somebody with phenomenal experience, then typically they would hire you as the CXO of one of their companies, and you become an operating partner. So your compensation is less cash, a lot of equity, and very much what we call a sweat equity, which means you're paid on success. So that's the second model. The third model, of course, is they outsource the whole piece to an advisory firm. This is more rare, but it is not unheard of, where you have 2-3 people who are picked up for a typical role of COO, CFO, CEO, and then they bring their own team of people, assemble and kind of troubleshoot sort of an environment. So back in the day, Siemens in Germany had a lot of failing assets, and some of the mid-market German and pan-European funds purchased them, the smaller companies. They resorted to the typical way of how do you cut through the Siemens bureaucracy, get people who are experts as CEOs and CFOs, and then they started assembling teams from different parts of the world, because they wanted to break through the wheel of hierarchy within the typical Siemens culture, and therefore it was build and operate kind of a philosophy there. So this is kind of the three broad areas within private equity for portfolio management specifically. And here is typically mid-market and low mid-market funds. So when I say mid-market, my definition is enterprise value of anywhere below $500 million. That's below $500 million to maybe at most $1 billion, and rare cases $2 billion. So this is the mid-market definition, and lower mid-markets are anything below 100. enterprise value and actually equity value would be something like 20, 30. That is around lower mid market, and 100 million and below EV is lower mid market. And there are other funds. Sorry.
Will these numbers change for India?
This number should absolutely change for India. I'm talking about an overseas perspective. So for India, I'd imagine any company which is 100 crores and below would probably constitute as a lower mid market. And anything between 100 and say maybe 500 to up to 1,000 crores would be considered a mid market. Anything beyond 1,000 crores, you've got listed companies that are above 1,000 crores. So that would kind of typically be under the purview of large market sector. But then I defer to Rocky on this and perhaps the other members of TMA India here to correct me if I'm wrong. But my best guess is 100 crores and below, lower mid market. 100 to about 1,000 crores, but typically around the 500 crore mid mark is the mid market kind of company, and then 1,000 crores plus would typically require much larger companies, a much larger consolidated effort to kind of get through. The other area of private equity where they love folks with operational experience is distressed buyout. So their goal is very simple. The company is near failed or almost failing. They are very clearly there for the assets. They're very clearly there for the IP, and they have a very clear roll-up of a horizontal or a vertical integration strategy where they say, we are buying 5 distressed companies. We need somebody who's an expert in new structure setup and asset consolidation, asset integration, and kind of almost building a new business based on these distressed assets. So you've got certain fund. I mean, you've got much smaller funds in the UK called like Blantyre. They do very typical distress investing. You've got Endless is another one that does distress investing in the UK. You've got the smattering of these across Europe. You've got a lot of them in the US, specifically in the Midwest. It is becoming more and more popular for distressed buyouts because they have physical asset businesses. So that's all about private equity. The third piece is all about investment banking, and this you have the typical and classical Houlihan Lokis and the PJTs of the world, where they're appointed to. Their goal is they come in, they will help, they do a financial restructuring, cap restructuring. They will help you raise funds or kind of transfer ownership and do haircuts and all this, and have the new cap structure and underwrite it. So that is kind of their area of expertise. Now, when they're doing this, they end up getting people from outside, but off late they've begun to hire people who are operation savvy, operationally good, and people who understand, typically either people with CTP or people who have PMPs and people who are Lean Six Sigma, black belt, master black belt kind of folks with good financial understanding to come and kind of sit on the team and then advise the client through what really makes sense. This is a great plan, but does it pass the smell test? Does it work? Will it work? Yes, no. And that's the kind of piece that these investment banks do. The last piece, of course, is manufacturing. So you've got classic companies like GE, Caterpillar, Tata Steel has it, Tata Motors, so Jaguar has it, and then you also got I believe I forget the name, DuPont does it. So these big companies will have their own internal change teams. Sometimes they're called change teams, sometimes they're called transformation teams. A lot of times they're basically internal advisors reporting to the board or reporting to the CEO, and they're made up of a fairly small group of 5-6 people whose job it is to kind of get in when there's a distress bell rung up to the group headquarters. Their job is to kind of get in, sink themselves for 3 months, recover that situation, and then get out. So that's the fourth big broad bucket of career opportunities overseas. So Nestle also has it in Switzerland, and perhaps Alan, if maybe you come across them potentially, but some of the turnaround folks for the Nestle team was hired from Ricket Benckiser, Unilever, and so on, and then they became so good that they ended up becoming CEOs and COOs of larger companies eventually in a matter of 3-4 years after being a part of that internal team. So that's kind of broadly the lay of the land in terms of what career opportunities for operations folks looks like overseas. But it is critical to remember when we say operations, it just doesn't mean that you've been a plant manager or you kind of run the operations here. You will need demonstrated experience, minimum one of three. It is preferred that you have a CTP. If you don't have a CTP, that's fine. You would be expected to have a Lean Six Sigma training. That is why they will take. That is why they want to pick up ops folks to make the shop lean, to make the shop work. So continuous improvement, Lean Six Sigma. So black belt, master black belt. That's kind of really preferred. And the last piece is more of PMP, because there is absolute and utter chaos in every restructuring that you get into, without exception. So the moment you jump in, if you do not have a structure or if you don't know how to deal with things, PMP gives it. It's not the do all end all structure as many of my colleagues will share with you, but it is a good starting structure to get things together. It's a good starting structure to put discipline into the 100-day triad and then eventually the turnaround. And then with your financial cap and legal cap, it is almost better to start negotiating. You'll end, if you're manufacturing, you'll start negotiating with suppliers, you'll start figuring out, because you understand financing, you'll start figuring out factoring deals. Then you'll start ensuring that supply is coming in, ops is running, sales is happening, so there's cash being generated continuously. Therefore, that provides a good platform for the overall cap structuring to work. And that is kind of the heart and soul of an operations professional within a turnaround situation. But yeah, that's kind of the four broad bets, and then so what do you need to have to get there kind of a piece? And happy to take questions.
Vikram, thanks very much. I appreciate it. See, there are companies who are doing turnaround, and also there are PEs who are taking over distressed assets in India. Yeah, you would have seen it. But typically, those are offshoots of either the Big Four or the management companies that you mentioned. As insolvency professionals, what kind of roadblocks will we face, and how do we overcome those? Is something that I would like to know from your experiences.
So typically, I mean, the roadblocks that you would face basically is it really depends on which company you're going with, because if you're saying as an insolvency individual practitioner.
And secondly, sorry, so let me add into that. As insolvency professional, we often get small to medium size enterprises. Okay, which may have a value of, let's say, in the resolution plan as an enterprise value of $5 to $10 million also. So how do you look at the scenario of turnaround professionals being engaged for these kind of companies?
So the good news for India, I mean, how it worked overseas, and again, Alan and others who focus more in Europe. I'll lean to your expertise here because I've been in this geography for about 6 years. So this used to be a problem about 20 years ago for professionals across Europe. And the reason was the awareness of turnaround and the awareness of somebody can help you and they don't cost you an arm and a leg. Wasn't really a thing. It wasn't common knowledge. So the Turnaround Management Association is to be credited for that across Europe, because consistently having companies onboarded and having messaging out there saying, hey, we're a group of people who can we're nimble, we're kind of flexible, we can jump in, help, fix it, and get out, kind of a concept didn't exist. So whenever your typical roadblocks, Kanti, if I'm saying that correct, is people don't trust you enough, or people don't know you enough, or people are not aware of the services enough to be engaging an individual operator. So in order to funnel, and this is all about deal sourcing, right? So in order to funnel deal sourcing here, it will be very much for India right now, for medium and small scale. It will be very much relationship driven, very much relationship driven, where if you know the person, or you have a group of accountants who you're working with, who's seeing companies which are coming to you, then rather it will come directly to you and will not be reallocated to you from somebody else, or it will not be something that the big fours or the offshoot of the big fours are not taking in. So I'm tempted to say at the moment in India, it's the journey started, in terms of people are now waking up. Different industry associations are now waking up to say, oh, okay, so there are these people who can actually come in. Their focus is to actually help us and go through with it. And typically, if you do one or two yourself in that, but at least in that particular sector, the word spreads very easily, saying, okay, this person can come in, they can kind of set up shop in like 20 days, get going, they'll fix your stuff, and then they can move out. So the roadblocks in India, what I see mostly is, you're right, it is dominated predominantly by people who come from either the big fours or the offshoot of big fours. But at least the way it used to be the same way here, but it is not the same way anymore, and that is only through two things. One, relationship driven. Second, communities like TMA kind of consistently driving the message, saying there are these professionals, so please go hire these professionals, instead of having a big firm that will, I don't know, give you a 10 crore or a 15 crore bill at the end, where probably the turnaround has not succeeded.
I would like to add here that in India, we do not have an option other than bankruptcy or an insolvency in a distressed situation. Once we have this option available to distressed businesses, and once some turnarounds take place, I see a lot of questions coming up in the chat box about the bankers, that they are not very supportive of insolvency and bankruptcy or funding of distressed assets. So tell me one thing, if they have an option of saving their money and losing their money, which way will they go? They will have to take care of places where they would save money. So this is what we intend to do. It's very early in the days, but you will see that within the next 2 to 3 years, there would be a huge paradigm shift within the banking community as well. And the turnaround would become the norm rather than the insolvency. And this is what was told to me around 6 to 7 months back by Mr. Tilley, Alan Tilley, which Vikram had made me meet him. And then we were very cordial. And by the way, Alan is very close to Alan Tilley. So we had a very long chat in London as well last month. And he was very hopeful that in India, everything happens very fast. When 3G or 2G phones came in, we overtook US very fast. Whatever happens in India at a later stage, we take it very fast. It took 20 years for England to come down to a situation where they are right now. But I think in India, we would not take more than 2 to 3 years where we reach the stage where England is right now, where they are more into turnaround rather than insolvency. Insolvency is an important factor if the if the business is not feasible or viable, the only place to go is the company has to get liquidated. No point keeping it alive. But again, we should not be pessimistic. We should be optimistic, and this is the way to go. If we want to create a 5 trillion economy, this is the way to go. We want to have a good number of jobs which are saved. We're not talking about creating jobs. I'm only talking about saving jobs. We need to go towards turnaround.
I would just like to add a point or two to what Mr. Rocky has said. It is not that turnarounds are not happening in India. Many turnarounds have happened. Many of us have been consultants, but most of them happen in secrecy. So no one is easily going to come and tell you, we had a problem and we have solved this problem. These things will never come up in the market. So that is one aspect. Yes, some big cases make news. And that is why you feel only the big consultants are involved over there. There's a place for everyone. Good work is done by everyone. Big consultants, small consultants, everyone. And another question, maybe on bankers also, I would just like to say, maybe we are in a constrained situation. Even as an insolvency professional, I have faced those frustrations, which everyone has faced. But we have to look at a way in which we can turn around. Insolvency is not the only way in which we can turn around the company. Rather, it is ideal we turn around the company rather than bringing it into insolvency. And even in an insolvency scenario, expecting funding, etc., after the company is admitted into CRP is difficult because they have their own processes and they take time for decisions. Had maybe the due diligence is something being done earlier, discussed with the bankers, possibly something could have been brought on the table in the very short duration of time. Whether they approve or not, it's left to them. But at least in that scenario, because in the short time period, we have too many issues which we have to take care of. There are too many compliance issues, not only for us, even for other maybe public sector bankers, etc. We have to understand their problems also. I've been an insolvency professional and I've felt every single thing which everyone else has felt. But we need to think on solutions. Yes, there are problems, but let's work on solutions.
One thing that I would like to add here is that what Ivan just said, that issues with the bankers and all, these things I think would be we would be laughing at these things once 2 years have passed probably, because at that point in time everyone needs to be sure that they save money. Right now there is no provision or some sort of a process where liabilities can be put on bankers. Simple reason being that we have seen in many cases that the bankers are the people who have ultimately led to the insolvency of a company, right? So without getting into an argument, just wait for some time. And one of the questions that I have come up here is that how to get in touch with TMA India. TMA India can be got in touch by the website called tmaindia.org. You can please go and there and check out the website. We are in the process of getting to create awareness about turnaround. We are going to a lot of industrial associations across India. We have chapters across India. We have people in Chennai, Karnataka. We have Satish in Maharashtra, who is heading the western region. We have Devang there. We have a lot of people, rather there are a couple of more people here, like TSN Raja. He's in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We have Trupal Patel. We have Ashish Rathi here. So the community is increasing day by day, and hopefully we should be a force to be reckoned with in next couple of years. Thank you.
Sir, I think this turnaround, what you're talking about in the Indian context,
yeah,
is possible maybe once they extend the pre-packaged insolvency regime to the larger corporates. Because at the end, what I have seen is since most of the stakeholders out here are public sector banks, and they are ultimately having this thing that we are dealing with public money, and they need some kind of a comfort if it is stamped by a tribunal or a court. This turnaround, because tomorrow if there is if some haircut is involved in any turnaround, which would most probably be the case, then there is a possibility that tomorrow they may be questioned. That is the reason, unless and until this regulatory changes happens here, the turnaround, the way you are talking, what I could understand, may not be that successful. Is my personal belief. Maybe, of course, there are more experienced persons here. They would be able to highlight more. But this is what I feel. Because most of the cases that we are seeing in insolvency are the ones where the first question that Alan said, that should you turn around or no, is a critical question, which nobody is willing to bite the bullet here, including the tribunals.
If I
Right.
if I may, because Mr. Santanu is saying something very interesting. In pretty much all cases, assuming a turnaround can be achieved, which, as you rightly said, is up in the air, but assuming it can be achieved, it will always or almost always yield far superior recovery and recoveries to pretty much all stakeholders than a dry insolvency. Because obviously in an insolvency, you are just liquidating assets mostly. Okay. And these assets are not going to generate any additional value while you liquidate them. You liquidate them for whatever value they still have. Whereas in a turnaround, you keep the company going. And if you keep the company going, it can generate profit. I mean, when it's turned around, obviously, not when it's still making losses, but it can generate profit. And by generating profit plus the value of the assets which remains there, you are bound to generate better returns for the stakeholders than
Absolutely.
by going for a straight insolvency.
One thing
Absolutely.
that has not been factored in here is that the lack of director's liability actually extends the time frame for identification of a stress in a business or negative cash flow in a business to around 2 to 3 years. Thereafter, the creditors come and take the company to insolvency, which takes another 1 year for admission. 3 to 4 years have already elapsed. There would have been a lot of destruction in the value of asset. So when we talk about pre-packs, when we talk about any sort of a pre-insolvency solution, that again is not feasible. So turnaround, when we talk about a turnaround, it has to be feasible only when the company is cash positive or cash, they have some piece of cash with them. Otherwise, for a smaller company, I mean, if they have 6 months or 4 months of cash remaining with them, how do you expect them to survive? Even if you take it into insolvency, nobody is going to get anything out of it. We're getting short on time, and we have still two more speakers to go. So I will now invite Sumit. Sumit, please keep it short and sweet for, I think, 15 minutes. That would be great if you can keep it within 15 minutes. Thank you.
So I hope the screen is visible.
Sure. Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah, so I'll try and finish it in 14 minutes. If not, then probably try and I'll not try and bring speed, but I'll try and bring value. So few of the points which are pertinent, I'll try and sum up those, but I'll also answer those questions as to what is our role, how can we start the process, and whether turnaround or not turnaround is something which is out of this discussion. So moving a little forward on this, all we are going to speak in next 12-13 minutes is about the new ways of looking at resolution and not the old ways. And this has been already discussed that there are 3 legs, but then I propose and say that there is a movement from law to management. Obviously, some of us might not accept this, that we are moving from law to management, making management stronger. Coming from a management background, I may say this. So I accept your point of view and say, yes, there has to be a coherent kind of an ecosystem going by what Ellen has said, and move forward with this. But I certainly would bring in this data from Bibord, the only book which is written 30 years back, and I am not contesting the book of knowledge. They say that 52% is the reason for corporate decline is coming from management control. Few words which will carry away from these 13 minutes now is management control, management capability, competencies is responsible for the poor show in an organization. By the way, corporate decline is something different from insolvency, and nothing wrong in going through this kind of a discussion for next 10 minutes. Probably we'll get something good. This is EY's report a year back, the code 2.0 available freely on net, which also talks about few of the impediments for investment in insolvency. Management capability is one of those. So I'm not saying anything of my own. I am saying something which has been told to me either by Ellen or by Bibolt or by EY as of now. Let's move forward. This is an important slide which we must remember. So as of now, so people have spoken about it. So Vikram has said that there will be desk of transformations. Literature says, and more of my knowledge is literature based. I'm not as equipped as others are in terms of practice, but I was a banker for 23 years. So transformation and turnaround, there is a differentiation. It's pretty known to almost all of us in management world. They say if an organization is declining, so there is a life cycle for any company. We know this, and I'm not telling you something. I'm not reinventing the wheel or telling something which we are not aware. I'm just reiterating it, assuming all of us are aware of it. If not, then this presentation I'll look forward to Mr. Gupta to share or not to share his decision. But then they say that an organization will not die if it is declining. It will turn around and survive. And in India, or at other places also, there is an added box of insolvency. Okay, it is not surviving, let it get liquidated. But a different thought we have now, it is still in discussion, not in research, is, boss, there is a turnaround which has to happen. The sooner we realize this, the better. When it has to start, so the book says it has to start in decline. But then there is a proposition in this one-day workshop today for the first time that it has to run parallel with insolvency. We are insolvency professional, perfectly fine. Who is saying insolvency or turnaround? We might say insolvency and turnaround. So this is an added advantage, added capability, added competency that we are talking about. We are not substituting. We are complementing. Is it an important topic? Yes, it is an important topic. This was the report which was given by Michael Porter and Dr. Amit Kapoor to the Prime Minister through Niti Aayog, which talks about India to 2047, and they want organizations not to close, to continue, going concern. These are the 10 pillars of business enablement environment of World Bank, one of which is business insolvency. So World Bank is also saying we'll rank the countries based on some 10 pillars. Insolvency is one of those. What are they saying? They are saying have a law, we have. They say have some infrastructure, we have. But they are also saying, boss, you should have efficiency, cost and time. Do we have that? But then if we have that, why are these people sitting for one full day in IBBI and thinking about it? Why there are 19 amendments and still few are pending? This is the data, latest data from IBBI. I am summarizing what we all know, but let us look at it. There, as Mr. Gupta says in the beginning, realization is 32%, liquidation it is 66%. But are we good on efficiency and cost? Are we good on value creation, or are we contributing to value depletion? And I'm not accusing anybody, I am part of it. So, question, taking a cue from Mr. Vikram, who else is working in the space? So these are the people who are working in the space. So what are they doing? They are doing restructuring, turnaround, performance improvement, strategic decision. What do they require, or what do we require if we want to enter into this? We require conceptual industry knowledge. We have, with presentations like what Mr. Satish Gupta has done and others have said. We have that knowledge. And when I say we, I am including you and I'm excluding me. So we require strategic thinking. Most of us have this, but do we have data-driven insights? Let's talk about it. During the presentation, last 11 minutes, next 11 minutes. So are we saying, will we compete with them? This was a question by one of the participants. Will we compete with them? I don't think so. The answer was also given by some of us that they are, and Mr. Vikram had rightly said that these are the consultants who are targeting big ticket business. We are targeting MSMEs. And this is what Mr. Kanti also said, that we are working with MSMEs. And they do not have that much of budget. They may be our target. And I don't remember if Mr. Gupta today brought in this topic, this point that we have 0.6 million of MSMEs. that need people like us. Where are the people? We do not have people. You may be thinking we are selling turnaround. Sorry, sir, we do not have people. And ma'am, we do not have people who can work on turnaround. Who can work? Insolvency professionals are the first go-to people. We do not have people. This is an insider story. I'm sorry, Mr. Gupta, I'm disclosing this today. I'm sorry. What is to be done? So I'm not only bringing the problem, I'm trying to bring the solution also, because otherwise student will throw out of my institution and I am thinking as if I am still in my institution and I'll be jobless. So moving a little forward, decline is perfectly fine. That is a truth that we have to accept. There is a problem in the body. I have to go to a health expert, that we have to accept. It is reversible. Look at the right side. Let's spend 30 seconds on the right side. What Mr. Allen says. Everything is what we are doing. Retrenchment, we are doing as insolvency professionals. Selling non-core assets, we are doing. Layoff, restructuring, deleveraging, everything we are doing. We are already doing. Nothing more we expect. Few things we want to probably propose. If you want to accept, it's fine. But there are certain things, as Ms. Indu said in the beginning, there are certain things which are also required, which are long-term, which are significant in long-term, cultural change, stakeholder engagement, business model change. And if you think stakeholder engagement is what we are already doing, sir, let me show you the data. Since I'm coming from academic world, what we people have done, we have gone through all the documents. And I'm not arrogant here, but this is a conviction and responsibility with which I am saying at the age of 50. We have gone through all the documents of insolvency available on their website, on NCLT judgments, everything, and tabulated the data. Where is the discussion about insolvency professionals? Where is the discussion about employees? Where are the documents, research papers, judgments, policy papers on communities, consumers? Nowhere. All they are saying is about debtors and creditors. It is a creditor-oriented unit mechanism. Will this work in future? There is a huge discussion going on in chat and you are aware about it based on the left with 7-8 minutes, I remember. So because of the lack of time, probably you are not coming out with the exhaustive amount of reason, but this is the outcome. We are not talking about, I'm repeating and responsibly I'm saying, we are not talking about all stakeholders. By the way, this paper was accepted by IIM Bangalore 2 years back in their conference, not accepted by IBBI. You know the reason why. Stakeholder support is important, but organizational change, these are those management capabilities which we require. Why? Because we do not want organizations to enter into crisis. This is to be done pre-mortem, prior to mortem, which Ellen also has. So now the two words which are very important at this point in time is awareness of decline, that the organization is declining, is very essential. If we do not want to enter into insolvency, because in insolvency we only get 30% success, 70% failure, value depletion is there. Two things are very important: awareness of decline and attribution of decline to the right reasons. Otherwise, we'll enter into a crisis. What will happen if we enter into crisis or we start late? We will land into the same problem, the discussion of which is going on for last 2 hours. That value is depleting. So we have to catch them young. Just remember this line, a takeaway from this 10 minutes of forcible discussion: catch them young. You have to catch the organization when they've started declining. Why? Because at that point in time, you have good information. Stakeholders are there with the organization. They are not fearful of their stake in the company. They still want to patronize the company. They still want the company. They still have hope that the company, there will be no loss on the company. Company can run. They will still get salaries. They will still get their dues. The government will still get their taxes. Everybody is hopeful. So we have to catch them young. If we have to catch the organization young, insolvency, I'm repeating, I'm not challenging. I'm a poor, small person. But insolvency is not the solution. Turnaround is the solution, probably. So they say in Hindi, daag achhe. We also say bring us symptoms, which is only possible in insolvency because we are saying catch them young. Where to start? This is cherry on the cake of the presentation of this 2 hours. Where to start and how to start. So I have started like this, and somebody says, and I remember Mr. Vikram says, I'm not challenging my own colleague. I'm also part of TMA, a small member. But then I'm not challenging him. I'm saying relationship is one part. Can we do a mass market approach to people, to companies who are declining? They are not aware about it. They are aware about it. I don't. Can we approach them? So I've just tried a humble beginning. What we have done is we have downloaded data from CMI Progress. It is available. I'm not saying free of cost. It's a licensed aggregator of data available in any good business school. Maybe purchased by you. CMI gives it for very less amount. I'm not having any tie-up with CMI, by the way. So this is how we download the data. Since time is less, I'm jumping to straight away to what CMI can give. Now there are a lot of research papers which gives what is decline and what is turnaround. So I take one of those definitions from return on asset, and most of us are aware of what return on asset can give. So this is the definition. What is return on asset? If your ROA is going, so what is decline if your ROA is going down? What is turnaround if your ROA is going up for 2 years and all? We can see later. So we've done some analysis for a few companies. By the way, this is the data for 55,000 companies. Not that I am doing it. RBI also does something like this. They've also, if I remember correctly, being an ex-banker, that in 2016, they've also issued red flag. By the way, if I remember correctly, 54 of them. So they are also saying, boss, catch them young. Probably I'm sorry to say this, we are not listening. What is this data telling us? Now this data is telling us in terms of crude numbers. One is this analysis is right because it tells us that out of the 2,606 companies that have declined in last 12 years, 768 have turned around, which is roughly 30%. What happened to 70% companies? Either they are still continuing to decline or they have faced death. Their data is not available. Look at the worst performers. If we are in this particular domain of worst performers, we are very good. Why? Because business is available. So these are the states where maximum decline has happened. Maharashtra, NCT of Delhi, Tamil Nadu and all. In terms of cities, these are the worst performers. So a lot of business in terms of turnaround exists in these cities. Mumbai, Delhi, Pune, Gurgaon, lot of business exists. How do we know? We've done. You also can do this data crunching. These are the companies. By the way, I'm talking about 55,000 companies, out of which the total decline is 6,000 and odd. If I go back on the previous slide, 6,309 is the total decline in last 10 years. So huge business is available. But these are the good performers. So a lot of turnaround is already happening. As Mr. Vikram says and other people had said, turnaround is happening. So turnaround has happened at a lot of places. Now what we have to do, we have how we can approach companies. We have the data from CMI of 55,000 companies, 6,000 who have already declined. Just a simple analysis. Out of these companies, 6,000 odd companies, there are 3,198 companies where the ROA is still negative. 1,659 companies where the ROA is between 0 and 5. Now the point is, in research papers, it is said that an ROA of around 5% is what every company needs. Where is the market? You were saying how to approach, where to approach, whom to approach. Boss, we have data. We mean you. We have database of around 5,000 companies right before us based on geographies where the ROA is less than 5. ROA is negative. 3 minutes are still left, sir. ROA is negative. How to approach? We are approaching. We are telling them, give us projects. We in academics, we are telling them, give us projects so that we can discuss in class. You can approach them over a phone call. Email ID is available on CMI. They take MCA data. Email ID is available. Phone number is available. Your contacts are there. Approach them. Boss, you are declining. What is decline? This is decline. On a pro bono basis, whether TMA will do it, certainly TMA is expected. I request Mr. Gupta to create a market for all of us. Moving forward, in the interest of time, we can always use measures like Altman Z-score, can tell companies, boss, you are declining. You were talking about bankers. Bankers are not listening. You can always, this data is available publicly. I can do it, means I have done it for a few companies on an example basis. My own JSPL also was one of those. You can tell the banker, boss, your customer is declining. No, we are not aware. No, they can be bankrupt tomorrow. Altman Z-score is saying, given in 1964, not today. Are we using Altman Z-score? Are we using CMI data? Are we approaching this 6,000 companies is something which is a question mark on all of us. What is needed? Last two slides. What is needed? So we require some kind of competency. They said it's a balance and he's my boss, but then I I resist and object to the statement that management professionals do not know law and finance. Some of us know law and finance. If not, then we have friends like Mr. Gupta who will teach us what is finance, what is law. So we require amalgamation of the three capabilities or probably a group to handle this kind of situation. So what kind of special competencies? We require knowledge of turnaround strategies. We require stakeholder, and this is what is said by Ellen, Vikram, and other people. Mr. Gupta also through a case study. I'm just summarizing. We require crisis management capability. We require consulting capability. As a subject, we need to read this, study this. Change management capabilities, crisis communication. These are those, last 1 minute. These are those capabilities which are different from usual management, finance, and law capabilities. This is where is it available? Now, the next question is it available in one place? Thank you, sir. So I'll request Mr. Gupta to answer this question, whether it is available at one place, whether it will be available at one place. Because we require this kind of knowledge to solve organizational problems, to avoid for allowing organizations fall into insolvency bankruptcy. Thank you. If you have understood anything.
Thank you, Sumit, for this enlightening knowledge and showing to all the participants that what Indian market is like in terms of turnaround. We are getting into a space where we have a market, right? We have a ready market available with us. Leave aside the big four. Big fours are not interested in coming into the MSME workspace. So where do we have people to take up this market? We do not have those. But there is huge amount of interest in the market as far as the capacity building of turnaround professionals is concerned. This month, on the 11th or 13th, I don't remember the date, we concluded one internship program. And that internship program was on turnaround. Our team conceptualized this program sometimes in April, and we threw out emails to different colleges, and we received beyond our expectation 170 applications for internship. These interns were taken through a roller coaster ride on turnarounds where Satish, Sumit, Devang, Venkatraman, lot of other professionals spoke to them about their experiences, and it was a very intensive sort of a study which they conducted every Saturday and Sunday. 2 classes were taken, and at the end of it, they created case studies for different companies. This made us realize that there is a very good interest in the profession of turnaround. I believe 2 or 3 students from that internship program are actually looking at becoming turnaround professionals. In the near future, we are planning one course for the students in the universities on turnaround and management. For the professionals, we are contemplating another course within the Indian TMA framework, which would be on business mentorship. So anyone any one of you wants to take up that program can help their own clients to turn around the companies, because you will have that skill set given to you in that training program. And the pinnacle of the turnaround proficiency would be what Ellen heads, the CTP, EACTP program, right? Where we are working with EACTP to include India in their legal book of knowledge and help out Indian professionals to become CTPs. Once they become a CTP in through the EACTP program, there are 2 CTP programs. One works out of US and one works out of Europe. Where Ellen is involved is the EACTP, the European EACTP is there. So these qualifications would come. They are very intensive courses, and they would give you a big opportunity for a budding global market to be tapped into. Even if you don't want to go global, India is a huge market for you. We expect 600,000 distressed businesses in the next 5 years. I mean, we do not have people to help them. Now we have only one more panelist left who has to present, that is Mr. Devang Sampath. And Devang, please, I would like you to finish it off a bit early in 10-15 minutes if you can, please. That is my request to you.
Certainly. Do I have sharing rights?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
This is the standard disclaimer. Everyone has to use his own judgment. Data is taken from public domain. Accuracy is not claimed, the standard disclaimer. Since the time is limited, we are proceeding fast. Now I'm taking a Tata Steel case, which is not under typical insolvency framework or an RBI framework or the corporate debt restructuring framework. Why I'm saying this is, when we talk of turnaround, we are limiting ourselves only to insolvency or an RBI framework. Greatest turnarounds happen outside these frameworks, and there will be many tools or possibilities of turnaround besides RBI circular. There could be companies act schemes, there could be mergers, acquisitions, demergers, reverse mergers, joint ventures, or even without anything into maybe the internal changes, as Mr. Sumit has put in, 52% of the issues are because of the internal issues. They could be changed within the company. Arbitration, mediation, partnerships act, trust act, all these are various means through which we can get the operations and the turnarounds together through a restructuring. Tata Steel case I'm taking, it was into crisis. In fact, some of the learned consultants of this case are also speakers over here. This is not my case. So, not my case, and information is taken from public domain. I believe Mr. Vikram and Mr. Rocky both are involved in this case. There were high debt levels, overcapacity and price decline, operational inefficiencies, low profit margins. I'm going a bit fast. What we would have done in this typical situation and what the company has done. Debt restructuring. It refinances debt at lower levels, extended maturities. Many debt reduction initiatives were taken, including sales of non-core assets. Port was sold to Adani Ports, Dhamra Port. Similarly, it went for a joint venture with Tyson Group. Some of its loss-making or not so profitable plants were hived off in Europe. Cost management techniques, lean management, etc. was introduced. Supply chains were reworked. Contracts with suppliers were renegotiated. Maybe Alan has taken the sort of communication of the things which you have done in a very systematic manner. This was practically applied over here. And we are going a bit fast. Joint venture was done with Tyson, which was integration of his business. We can do for forward or backward integration strategy. And it's not just for large corporates, even for small corporates or small businesses, it could be worked upon. Issuing of new equity. Focus was on core operations. Indian operations was very profitable, so they focused on Indian operations. We are not going into numbers, we are just saying what they did. Product portfolio was changed, only profitable portfolio was taken. Here, they are focused on core business and effective stakeholder management. I will be taking another case study where exactly the opposite was done. Here, the situation required where a strategic focus on core operations was required. There's another case which I'll be taking where the problem of the company was it was not ready to change from a situation which was highly profitable. And it had reached the maturity stage and moving towards decline stage. Outcomes, we all understand the outcomes which are fairly positive. Now, as an insolvency professional, as a small and mid practitioner, maybe Mr. Sumit has taken through a fantastic presentation, possibly one of the most powerful presentations in a very short period of time which I've seen. Too much and very impactful in hardly a few minutes. I really appreciate that presentation. Okay, as an insolvency professional, some of us are chartered accountants, some of us are lawyers. Do we take external laws or not? Do we take external chartered accountant or a CS or a CMA for forensic or transaction audit or not? And why do we take? Don't we require external expert assistance? Similarly, the CEOs of the company would be requiring expert external assistance. I'm not going into interactive session. I'm again running a bit fast. Why so? I'm taking a case study of General Motors, just 2 points. They renegotiated contracts with the unions. Some of the workers were hived off. They renegotiated the pension schemes, due to which the obligations were very high, into a new scheme. How many of us have done this in insolvency? Some parties much have done, but not to this great extent. If a CEO wants to take such decision, won't he require an expert assistance? For possibly for whatever reasons, internal reasons, convincing the board that an external expert has said, convincing the stakeholders, convincing the regulatory regimes. So these are the opportunities where even in a difficult situation, an external help would definitely get the company going. Okay. This is what I said. The CEO would also like such assistance. Startup world. Today, most of the startup world is concentrating on funding, but won't they require law, finance, and management expertise in future to bring stability, to bring growth, or to reverse possible decline which would come from competition which is there? And are all the startups great, big, profitable? No. There will be some great and profitable ones, some would be struggling. Those struggling startup is a big universe. They would require an expert of higher professionals. I'm not talking of insolvency stage, I'm talking of pre-insolvency stage. Okay, those who are already into practice, a great thing was said with those with industry experience who could go into some of the large organizations, but some would have a small practice background for a couple of decades. For those people, you already have relationships. There are family and succession planning and restructuring issues that could be taken as an opportunity for turnaround. You know the reasons, you know the clients internally. That's a great opportunity. Presently, how do we work and what value addition could we bring on to the table? Similarly, government policies and assistance could be taken for restructuring. When I'm talking of government policies, I'm taking legal and financial professionals into this domain. Maybe the management people have some another operational domain expertise, so they could take external assistance for these domains. But this could be of great help. Example, when there's a restructuring which is taking place, family division happens, it could go to a place where there's a subsidy or a tax advantage or a cost reduction possibility. Those things are possible. In fact, I'm aware of an example in a nearby city where the client was having problems of raising the assurance fees from 5 lakh rupees to 6 lakh rupees. Maybe he spoke to some of his friends. He was having some understanding of the industry. So he said, introduce me to the client, and he brought certain changes in the organization of the client because that client was into some cash flow stress, so he was not ready to increase the fees. When another chartered accountant was introduced to that particular pro, he got great internal changes and value on the table. The person was not willing to pay 5 lakh rupees to 6 lakh rupees for assurance fees, was ready to pay consultant 50 lakh rupees fees because that was the additional turnover value that he brought on the table. And that's not a very big organization. It's not a big listed company with billions of dollars of turnover. These opportunities are existing. Through networking, we can definitely work on those opportunities. Another case which I'm running through very fast is Kodak. Kodak went insolvent. Similarly, there was Fujifilm, which was another competitor. It turned around. It was not insolvency. Kodak went into insolvency. Similarly, around 2010-2011 era, Fujifilm was also into stress. What Fujifilm does, profits were declining. Problem was the change in photographic technology and the market expectations. They went into medical imaging systems and optical licenses. They invested into 3D printing and biotechnology. They brought into subscription-based services, which is different market segment which they introduced. They concentrated on after-sales support services and loyalty programs. This retained the customers and the subscription started continuing. So within 1 year, a company which was on the verge of insolvency turned around. Of course, then the growth aspects began, stability was brought in. So this is what a turnaround professional can do. I believe I've stuck to my time limit. Best wishes to everyone with wishes for great health, wealth and wisdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devang, and thank you for completing it within the time limit that we set up for you. We are now ready for questions. If somebody has or anybody has some questions, we are there for responding to them. By the way, after this session, we'll have a break, and at 2 o'clock, we'll reconvene. I have been messaged by Mr. A.S. Chandiok, the ex-Solicitor General of India, that he will be there in the mediation session and he'll be addressing all of us. So please join at promptly at 2 o'clock. Can we have the question and answer session if there are any questions?
हेलो डॉक्टर गुप्ता जी।
कौन से गुप्ता जी की बात कर रहे हैं सर? आप मेरी बात कर रहे हैं कि सतीश जी की बात कर रहे हैं?
Sorry, I'm talking of you, Rocky.
Okay, okay.
Well, I just a request that whether we can have the PPTs mailed to us.
Sir, we'll have to ask the panelist, because some PPTs are normally not shared, but if somebody is ready to share that, we'll definitely share it with you.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask a query?
Yeah, please.
Actually, on a lighter note, the RP business will go down if the turnaround business goes up. So having said that, can we have some kind of an arrangement where the RP gets an early entry into the profession of a turnaround, maybe with the help of a small training or an easy exam? But obviously that will definitely motivate people, especially I'm talking from the perspective of RP, to explore this profession or contribute more to it.
You said two things: small training and an easy exam. Exam will not be easy, but it would be a small training. Yes, we are working upon that. Sorry.
I think so.
We are working upon that, and very shortly you will be intimated about the plans of TMA, and please follow the LinkedIn TMA India website, the web page, and you will get all the information there. Sumit, you want to elaborate on this?
No, so all I am saying is that all I want to say is that Mr. Gokhale, sky is the limit. It's not cannibalization anymore. We, as of now, if 7,000 cases is what is you handling, we are targeting 6 lakh cases. And these cases are already 6,000 have declined. We are not aware about it. The point is, if you go to them, who will go to them? Insolvency professional, no. Turnaround professional, yes. Or maybe both, if one single individual is wearing both the hats. And it is very much possible. Who wants to get the business closed? Everybody wants the business to run. Employees want salary, and there's an argument, there's a logic behind it. So it's not cannibalization alone, it's complementing, it is supporting. And I'm not speaking from turnaround side, it is a common sense for all of us. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Please go ahead.
May I add? May I add here?
Sure.
For the budding turnaround professionals, we have already seen now banks and the entire ecosystem is focusing on early identification of the stress. Banks are already carrying out the monitoring of the stress account through agency for specialized monitoring. They appoint these ASMs, okay, and these ASMs are largely chartered accountant, and they give the reports on the performance, cash flow monitoring and all. However, what is missing in that part is that what actually company is doing to make the turnaround happen during that period, during the period when the company is under stress, and the banks are doing agency for specialized monitoring. So there will be an incentive for the banks as well as the companies also to engage with turnaround professionals who will assist them in essentially improving the liquidity and cash flow, and eventually move towards turnaround wherein the debt servicing can be improved essentially. So that is what is missing currently. So whether we talk of any framework, pre-pack or anything, even in the insolvency, now there has been talk that, resolution plan is the first step towards turnaround, because till that time, there is no funding available, there is no capital structuring which has happened. So there are a number of ways by which turnaround can be interpreted, and the services will be utilized by the a large addressable market which Sumit has already talked about.
Yes,
Uh,
Sumit.
Gupta, one small insider information. And why I say insider information, conscious of the fact that it is recorded. So, Mr. Satish Gupta, I remember when I was in X Bank, whatever the name of the bank you were working for, of course, for one of the insolvencies, Union Bank to be very precise. There were a lot of calls. I was in monitoring department when this ASM and forensic auditor ka circular came from IBA. There were a lot of calls. Boss, give us the list. We want to be ASM. We want to be forensic auditors from our friends only, fraternity. But then it was a reactive kind of an arrangement. So my suggestion and view, and we call it strategic foresight, is let us have a foresight. Tomorrow turnaround will also see the same fate. People have to accept it. Why to do it reactively? Let us do it proactively. And I'll request Mr. Rocky Gupta to make it possible for us at Indian cost, not at UK's cost. I'm sorry for this word.
Okay,
In fact,
we
to add,
will definitely tell Alain to take that into consideration when we have Indian participants wanting to do a AACTP program, right? So I think you have already had a conversation with CTP, Sumit. So that's fine.
So I endorse what Mr.
Indeed.
Arora is saying. So there is more secondment to his proposal.
Okay, that's nice. So, Alan, you need to understand that you will get a bunch of people from India. So we need to talk about all of this in a separate
You
session.
are all heartily welcome.
Okay. So, any more questions?
In fact, there was a question from Mr. Gokhale, Abhijit Gokhale,
Yeah.
regarding Catch Them Young. So, Mr.
Yes.
Rocky, just could you address the question that how to catch them young? You have a great suggestion, which was even possibly by the regulator. So, could you just repeat those suggestions?
What suggestions you're talking about, Devang? I didn't get you.
Director's responsibility to be brought into India.
Yeah.
Director's responsibility, if you could just explain everyone.
Okay. So when we talk about director's responsibility, what is happening in India right now? What is happening in India is that one company normally is getting into stress. They don't know about it. We were talking with me and Devang were in a separate webinar. We were conducting a seminar yesterday evening for ICAI, and we were talking about that in detail. That director's liability is not there in India. What helps? How does it help insolvency and turnarounds? So today, think of a situation where a company is getting into a stress mode and nobody is there to look after it. The directors do not have any sort of a obligation or any compliance to report that state of insolvency to anyone. So they keep on continuing it. They keep on continuing with taking money from friends or relatives or selling off their their personal assets. And this is happening. We have clients who have already done that. And by the time they reach a critical stage where their cash is depleting, it is almost 3 years or 2 years to 3 years before that thing started. So 3 years has elapsed. The value in the business has decreased. There is a stigma because he's not able to pay his employees. There is a stigma because the vendors are not being paid. There's a lot of stigma and there is a lot of stress in the company. Then the creditor would come and say, okay, let's take you to insolvency. Another 1 year passes because the admission process is so long. 4 years have elapsed. Destruction of value of assets. Another 3 years or 2 years or 3 years to after admission into CRP, 7-8 years have elapsed. I mean, do you imagine what has happened to the? Does it make a business feasible or viable to be turned around? No. Can bankers take out recoveries from that? What, 6%? Probably that's meaningless for anything. So what we are saying that and mind you, if in the next 1.5 years to 2 years, there would be certain regulations which would be coming out for turnarounds as well. There could be a standstill agreement between a debtor and a creditor. They should be. That is there in many jurisdictions, which Alan would confirm that if I want to talk to my creditor openly without getting into some legal mess. There should be a provision for a legal standstill, wherein for 30 days or 60 days, probably we can interact with the debtors and the creditors can interact with each other and come out with a plan of action for the next 2 years, right? That would solve the problem very well. There could be a CRO appointed for that company. That would make much more sense because his opinion, his work would talk by itself. So all these things need to be looked into holistically. When we talk about pre-packs, when we talk about resolution plan, when we talk about the new concept of creditor-linked resolution plan, we're talking all about this at the fag end of a business lifetime, right? We need to do it catch them young for everybody to get happy, to be into a win-win situation. So this is where we want to bring the whole process of recovery, restructuring, rehabilitation, revival, resuscitation of a business enterprise at a level where it is feasible to do so. Like Alan, we spoke about in London, to be or not to be. Thank you. Should we take a break now, Anjali?
Mr. Gupta, can we just switch on?
Sure.
Can we take a picture?
Yeah, please. Can everybody open up their videos so that we can have a nice photograph?
These many only. Okay, so 1 minute. One more
Sumit,
minute.
you have to say cheese also so that everyone can smile and have a nice picture.
No, I'll say Indian paneer.
And by the way, on a personal note, Alan is a yoga instructor. So he understands.
I'm looking forward
discount
to
package.
one day opening the TMA India chapter in Richike.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Thank you. We'll
Sir, if there is
reconvene.
time for one question.
Yeah.
I'm sure this is the need of the hour, and agree with all the panelists on this aspect. Just wanted to check up, would there be any program at TMA level to get the concerned people under one umbrella?
See, there is a TMA Global, which we are part of. There are conferences happening across the globe. I was there in the London conference where we signed the agreement in front of almost 250 people. The next conference, the European conference, would be in Paris. Probably Alan would be one of the organizers of that. Then we have the Swiss chapter, and which we are working with. There's a French chapter. There is a Serbian chapter. So we're working with a lot of chapters. So you will have international exposure as well when you are talking with TMA India. You would be reflected in the international TMA Global's website also as a member of TMA India.
And you have access to all the common resources there, access to all the members globally. There are around 9,000 or 10,000 members.
Yeah.
Of TMA Global, all of course, restructuring and turnaround specialists and IPs and lawyers and bankers and whatever investors. There are also a lot of conferences in North America, which is where this organization was born. So there's in particular 2 yearly conferences that stand out with sometimes up to 2,500 to 3,000 delegates. All of us insolvency and turnaround professionals, once a year in Las Vegas and once a year on the East Coast I think in Philadelphia or somewhere, or in New York.
And when you compare it with different similar organizations, I felt that TMA Global is a very informal sort of organization. That is the reason why I could Alan and me could correlate very fast, and Alan took me to dinner in London, and that was great. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Thank you. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Alan.
I'm very much and I'm very so happy to be here in front of
VV Anand sir. Anand sir, great seeing you after a long, long time. You are on mute, unable to hear you, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. अभी unmute कर दिया.
So great seeing you after a long, long time. Not met since long, possibly after pandemic.
Yeah. In fact, I wanted to join because so that I could get back. Yeah, I
Great.
was out of town for quite some time, about 2.5 months. So, yeah.
But you
So how
are
are you?
as smiling as ever.
Huh? Yeah.
Smiling as ever.
So, good. It's interesting. And
Yes, yes.
so So anyway, I look
See
forward.
seniors like you. It's nice
Pardon?
to see. It's nice to see seniors like you. And
Okay.
in fact, even all the presentations were great, but I even loved Satish Gupta ji's presentation and the way of presentation also. I get to learn from
Yeah, yeah.
such seniors like you and Satish ji that
Yeah.
how to
Yeah.
possibly transfer the thought process to participants in a very lucid way.
No, actually, in fact, Satish is a very, he's also a very pleasant person. His delivery is good. And now, since she moved from Mumbai to Chennai, so now less chances of meeting all of you people.
Sir, in fact, in 2017 and all, when we were meeting, I never knew he's such a senior person. He never threw his weight. Very nicely, he was speaking as a maybe I'm much more junior to him and you.
Yeah.
He was nicely explaining things, talking all the aspects, etc. But later on, I came to know such a senior person he is. He never told me.
Yeah. And he did a very good job, SR is still one of the best case studies we can have.
Absolutely. In fact, that's the crown of India. So that's the crown of India for turnaround
Then,
in CRP process.
Yeah.
During CRP, it has made 5,000 crore rupees plus of profit. And kudos to him, sir, whatever work he has
Then,
done.
if I remember right, operational creditors who were the less than 1 crore dues, all of them got paid. It did not go just by, what the waterfall and all that is. That's not the way it happens. That way, it's a very good instructive case study. It was there.
Yes.
Okay, Divang. So, see you.
Sir, have your lunch. Have your lunch.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sampath, what time are we beginning? Did we agree for beginning?
Sir, beginning
2 p.m.
2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Can somebody tell me whether I'm audible? Excuse me. Am I audible?
Absolutely audible. You are audible.
Thank you.
Okay, done.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, जी. How are you doing?
I am good, sir. आप कैसे?
ठीक ठाक, बढ़िया.
बड़े दिनों बाद मुलाकात हुई, सर.
सर, मैं तो हाजिर बैठा हूँ.
सर.
जब आप फुर्सत हो, we'll sit down and discuss it everything.
Sir, आप अभी now you are the still the president elect, or now you have become the president of Bar Association of India?
Oh, Bar Association of India I take next year.
Okay. You're still the president elect.
That's right.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ji. How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. Your blessings.
Good. Blessings we all take from one new source only.
Sir, he has instruments through you, like you, who bless.
Oh, I think we all look upon that side only to take blessings, whatever we need.
Sir, we had a wonderful 3-hour session from 10 to 1.
I'm sure you must have had. I was looking at it. That look at your capacity.
Sir, आपकी दुआ है और आपका आशीर्वाद है, sir.
नहीं. Very good. It's a great initiative, I think. To have a 3-hour session is very, very good.
And sir, we were getting, I mean, हमारे पास time नहीं था, sir, उसको complete करने का, so we had to rush through it.
ऐसे होता है when you're talking in terms of a profession to be adopted, and you want to impress upon people that, or people who are participating, that what are its goods and bads.
Yeah.
What is your commitment that is required? What all you need to do, look at it. Because those days have gone that you just come and go. वो नहीं हो सकता.
So we had some international faculty also, sir, with the European Association of the Certified Turnaround Professionals.
Okay.
So we had there, Alan was here. Alan is one of the board of directors of EACTP. Isme, sir, we are trying to get into a memorandum of understanding with them to include India into their legal book of knowledge, so that the Indian professional can go and get those certifications.
Good. Yeah, till we reach that stage that we ourselves start giving certification, we should get that, no?
Sir, probably we have not had a talk for very long. we had a chat sometime when you said that on the internship program, sir. Sir, we are starting a students certification course from I think September October में शुरू कर देंगे sir उसको.
बिल्कुल ठीक है.
And sir, thereafter a business mentor program which would be below the CTP program, sir, for Indian professionals.
Okay.
That would come out sometimes in November, December, January, sir. And the CTP, so there would be 3 levels: student, professionals, and the pinnacle of the certification from.
That will be the top one.
Yeah, that will be the top one. And sir, we are also planning, sir, that that top one, it is being currently being provided by EACTP through Leiden University. Right now, we're talking with IIM, sir, to get that into India as an Indian program. तो वो सर अभी टाइम है, उसको अभी हम छेड़ नहीं रहे, अभी उसको थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, but
then why don't we ask some Indian universities? There are so many private universities today. They may be willing to look at it.
Sir, we are talking to all of these, but we are just I mean, sir, cannot do everything at one time, sir.
No, we don't want to do it at one time. That's I'm saying to start with, we can do that. We can always tell them to prepare themselves.
Sir, Dr. Shriram Shekhar is there of IMO.
Hi, sir.
Yes, yes, I can see them. I can see him. He's a great mediator.
Yes, sir, no doubt.
Yeah.
Recognize a guided mirror here too. Another method is using a marker.
The recognition is not just from us, but also from Chandyok, sir. That's a certificate in itself.
Exactly.
No. It's very kind of you, Mr. Sampath, to say that.
Chandyok sir, namaste. In fact, your presence, really adds value to the whole show.
No, sir,
I never expected your presence today, and it's really
adding
surprising,
show,
shocking.
actually speaking.
Great, sir. Great, sir.
So, in fact, not only to this webinar, I was, for some of my hearing, I was present at Honorable NCLAT couple of years back, where he was representing a party in one of the top 12 cases. I'm not taking the name of that particular case, but here he was commanding great respect even from the bench members. So that is his possibly the respect and good work he has done in the past.
Well, let's try to do what best we can do. Let's try leave it to God.
Anjali, should we start?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we can start.
We were 73 participants when we left. Now there are 56. So do we wait for couple of more minutes?
We can wait for 2-3 minutes.
Okay. Namaskar, Ambili ma'am.
Namaskar ji, namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
In fact, you are one person whom people should look upon. An advocate, a mediator, and then the work that you are putting in is something worth looking at.
Thank you.
You are an idol for many of us.
No, sir, I'm so humbled. Thank you very much.
Indu, we wait for 1 more minute and then we can start.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Indu.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's had a nice lunch and welcome back to the event. Keep your cups of coffee ready, please, because we have two very, very interesting sessions planned ahead. Our next session is on career options as a mediator. Our speakers are, and I'm very glad to introduce Mr. A.S. Chandiok, Chairman, Board of Directors, TMA India, practicing senior advocate, President, Madhyam Council for Mediation and Conflict Resolution, former Additional Solicitor General of India and the President-elect Bar Association of India. Mr. Rocky Gupta will also be there. Dr. Shekhar Sriram, who's President, International Mediation Organization, or the IMO. Ms. Ambili Menon, Advocate and Mediator. Mr. Aruloli, Chartered Accountant, Mediator, and Charter President, IMO. Over to you, Rocky, to take this session forward.
Thank you, Indu. Thank you very much. I would first like to thank Chandiok sir he has taken out time from his busy schedule to be present today. And before we start the session, I would like him to say a few words to the participants. We are more than eager to hear to you, sir.
Thank you, Rocky. I am grateful to you to have given me this opportunity. I just wanted to share with everybody that your session is mediation. And I'm actually in a mediation session today since morning and intending to see how we can turn around a management situation and disputes into a settlement. So since I requested them that they can have their lunch while I'll be amongst you, it's a pleasure to be amongst all these people when you're going to hear Dr. Shekhar Sriram, who is a stalwart, somebody who are stalwarts mediators who would tell you the concept of what mediation is. But I think the first initiative that needs a congratulation is to TMA and ISCI that they've joined hands. And I always believe when two institutions join hands, result is fabulous. And result is towards building a society. It's something that we need to do because we are going to leave this behind as legacy for our people. My friends have said it's only for professional insolvency professional. I take it a little away that each one of us, any person who's not even a resolution professional, say he's an advocate or he's a company secretary or a chartered accountant, or even if he's not, he must understand the first principles of law and become a mediator. This, if you go back to the Indian history, you would find that Tulsidas, Allahabad High Court in his museum has a settlement written by Tulsidas ji himself in his own hand. So it's not a case that mediation was not there. Probably when British came, it went away, and probably 2002 amendment was brought in CPC and we brought it back. But this 3-hour session I was telling Rocky that you people had from 10 to 1 itself shows commitment of the organizers to present to you a career option as a turnaround professional. So we always used to have, prior to we saw 2016, when we didn't have an IBC, we used to file only company petitions for winding up. This came, a new situation came by 2016 IBC. It amended many statutes and brought a code. That's why it's called IBC code, not an act. And everybody thought from where we will get RPs, because that was not a profession even thought about. But look at what RPs have done over these years. In fact, in 2012, we won a world award at the jurisdiction of the NCLT or Adjudicating Authority as one of the best jurisdictions in the world. So it's not a case that we can't do it. In India, I believe, and I can prove it with facts, that our commitments, our thought process, our way we look at things are much different than anybody else in the country and in the world, sorry. Because our people are born intellectuals. They know how to look at things and find out new solutions. And that is where, even as an RP, you might have to think of a new solution to see how you can bring a turnaround. Because ultimately, what is CIRP? It's only turnaround. So he will make a new proposal to the COC to say what could be the best for the purpose of the corporate debtor in the circumstances. So to become a RP and be also turnaround professional also adds color to your profession itself, nothing more than that. Of course, you can still be a turnaround professional without being an RP, there's no dispute about it. And look at the second topic that you're going to have Dr. Shriram and others to speak. We're looking at mediation, and I said we brought back mediation by an amendment to Code of Civil Procedure. Now we have an Act of Mediation Act now, which is also in place in 2023. All this process shows, and you must have seen that circular issued by the Government of India, which they are saying that don't go to arbitration first go to mediation. If your mediation process fails, then go to arbitration. Therefore, we are heading towards a particular direction. Direction is how do you restore relationships? Direction is how do you resolve disputes? Direction is how you bring solutions to problems. And in mediation, as my experts will tell you, this is the parties who themselves are there to decide what is best for them. And what you get in mediation, it is not possible to get in adjudication. I'll leave one small example, and because I know there is a session to begin. A question arose with a 5-star hotel which had given a contract to a person for laundry. He did excellent job for the hotel. It got expanded, he got additional work. With the result, he took up a space, he brought his own new machines so that he could give better services and went to hire purchase. He suffered a TB. He could not go. And the people working behind then could not handle it, and the agreement gets terminated. It comes before us in a mediation. And the result of mediation settlement was that that person was taken in as an executive in the hotel itself. The hotel took over that unit of his, took over all the hire purchase, so that the quality of laundry which he was providing doesn't get diluted in any manner. And this kind of settlement or this kind of adjudication, you can never get it in court or in arbitration. It only is possible in a mediation. Therefore, new innovative ideas would come from you. You would be able to say yes to the parties, which is their win-win situation for both of them, and how they themselves are responsible. Not that a third person, like an arbitrator or a court, is going to decide your dispute. You are going to decide your own dispute and see what is the best solution that you will have. Then comes the due diligence, the next session that you have. In due diligence is today so important that we find people have something, many things are hidden under the table, which you can't have till you become a due diligence expert. So all these three topics are today the need of the hour. And if I have to merge the three in one go, I think I've done a great job for the economy of the country to bring MSMEs or others into the mainstream. That is the main purpose of all doing this. TMA is taking this initiative with ISCI or otherwise also. The purpose is how do I bring startups, How do I bring MSMEs? How do I bring even large business houses who ran into trouble back into their mainstream? And with this initiative taken by TMA, I'm sure in today's all that you learn, please keep it to yourself. Keep it, put your notes in a position that you can refer to it. So that many times when you get a problem, you will get to know from this note, how do you tackle it as a mediator? How do you tackle it? How do you look at it? And I'm sure tips will be given both by Emily Menon and Dr. Shekhar with respect to the same. I thank you all for participating and thank Mr. Gupta particularly for directing me to be with you. I get motivated when I see so many people getting committed to a cause of solution. That itself gives me a motivation to work further. Thank you very much. Have a great time ahead. And I'm sure all of you would come back, give a feedback to TMA. What do you think about it? Where we went wrong and what else we should do further, so that by those feedbacks, we'll be able to enhance our power to organize something better. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Shekhar. Thank you, Amli. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. And sir, I would like to say that it is always a very proud thing to listen to you, sir. And sir, I can never direct you, sir. I can always request you. Thank you, sir.
You know, Supreme Court says the High Court will look into it. The High Court says this is a direction from the Supreme Court. So you, with the very fact that you requested me, for me, it is a direction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now we will start the session. Dr. Shriram, please take over. And do you need to present as well?
No. We don't have anything to present. I'm
Okay.
starting the session, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
With your blessings
Please.
blessings of all the elders here. Sriram Shekhar sir has given me the privilege to start the session. So today's topic for us is career options of mediators, which has been entrusted to us. Before getting into the session, we, the trustees and members of IMO, International Mediation Organization, profusely thank TMA and Institute of Insolvency Professionals for the opportunity rendered to us to address such an august gathering of participants. Let me first introduce myself, and also I have the privilege of introducing both my fellow participants who are both senior to me and both have gone long way in their professional accolades. But however, since taking the opportunity, let me do that. I am Ambili Menon, a lawyer practicing in the Madras Bar and an IICA certified mediator. And I'm one of the managing trustees of IMO and also secretary of the center, which is called SIMO. After my session, that will be followed by the session of Dr. Sriram Shekhar. He doesn't need an introduction here. Now I know that. But however, let me take the opportunity to say a few words about him. He's our current president he's the current president of International Mediation Organization. And he's a very successful insolvency professional and also a great advocate of mediation. He has been successful in all the spheres he has put his hands on. So I'm just curbing it to one or two. After him, we have the most respected member of our trustees, Mr. Aruloli, PR Aruloli. He's a very successful chartered accountant. He was our maiden first president. We grew under him for a long time. And he's also the past president of SIRC, which is a very prestigious, I'm sure everybody know about it. And he's also one of our, think tanks in the organization. Before again getting into it, I'll take the privilege of saying few words about International Mediation Organization. We are a team of 10 trustees. It's a trust which we formed in 2016, consisting of few chartered accountants, few lawyers, few consultants, and few psychologists. We are doing, I think we did remarkable job. We grew along with the mediation concept in India from 2016. The idea is to promote, promulgate, and to actually make a mark in the area of mediation in the country. And thank you very much. We completely consider this opportunity as an amazing opportunity given to us to showcase our interest in mediation, and an apt topic that too, to tell a specific set of industry as to how mediation can be. That is the most respected set of industry, that how mediation can really be used as a tool, or it can be considered as one of a noble, one of the alternative profession to all the other noble professions that we have. Before deep diving into the main factors, let me first introduce what is mediation, because I don't know, I'm sure after hearing respected Chandrak sir that most of you must be mediators, but for those who does not have a great idea about what the whole concept is about, I will give a brief understanding of what is mediation. The mediation is a process whereby two parties come together with the help of a third party. The third party, who is a neutral party to the whole litigation, and they try to come to a settlement by way of a procedure or a process. Now, this is a simple way of putting mediation to you. A third neutral party is called a mediator, and he helps these two people to come together to come to a resolution for the dispute that they are trying to find a settlement for. Now, 2-3 characteristics of mediation are that it is completely voluntary. It should depend upon the absolute intent and the interest and the need of the parties who wants to come to a settlement or come to resolve the dispute. That's one thing. Second is that it is actually very, very compared to litigation and arbitration, it will weigh less on your pocket, and it is very less time consuming. These are the 3 main characteristics of mediation. But then there are a lot of gaps which need to fill in. That I'll come to later on. But this is what is mediation. Now, let me focus on what is mediation. I think Chandrak sir gave me a good introduction. Actually, he held my hands so that, now I just have to walk. See, the concept of mediation in India or in any civilized society existed from time immemorial. So, it is a viable alternative to traditional litigation in all the societies, and definitely in India, it existed in the form of different forms, mostly in the form of Nyay Panchayats. This Log Adalat, we are coining it like that, but every court, every king's court who was not a despot, or who was a benevolent king, any benevolent king had a system whereby a mediation process was initiated to resolve dispute. But there, I think those days the disputes mostly was resolved with respect to commercial aspects. They never got into the personal aspect of people's lives. From my little reading, that's what I understand. But the only important factor, the difference between the concept of mediation then and now is just simple one thing. There is a there is a mediator's proposal. There is a mediator's proposal which was allowed all throughout pre-independence, even post-independence, still Industrial Disputes Act. There was a proposal that a mediator could give to the parties. Now, that is where a concept of mediation today differs from old mediation. That proposal had a value like that of an arbitral award, or that was considered. Now, that's a very thin area. I'll get into it later. Now, that was the only difference between the old kind of mediation and the today's mediation. Just to give you all of us who are not completely aware of the growth of mediation in India, I'll just give you a small sneak preview. The travel of mediation through legislation in India started with the Industrial Dispute Act of 1947, which marked a pivotal moment in the Indian legal system by establishing explicit procedure for resolving disputes outside the courts, and thus introduced mediation into the Indian framework. Later, In 2002, amendment of the CPC, whereby Section 89 of the code empowered the courts to refer matters to alternative dispute resolution, and one among was mediation. One of the landmark judgments, called the Salem Bar Association versus Union of India, reported in 2003, 1 SEC 49. The Honorable Supreme Court appointed a committee to frame model rules explaining the procedure of mediation. Later, the Law Commission of India, in compliance of the said judgment, drafted the consultative paper on ADR and mediation rules 2003. And several high courts, including the Madras High Court, the Delhi High Court, and various other courts, adopted them and framed their own separate rules. Now, most of the high courts have court-annexed mediation centers to encourage mediation. Further, when Companies Act was amended in 2013, they incorporated a section 442, whereby it was advised to constitute mediation panels for resolution of matters in the NCLT. However, I don't know, I don't think great thing advanced there in that area alone. Later, the Commercial Courts Act in 2018 there was an amendment which inserted 12A, which stipulated that the suits that does not need remedy immediately or does not need any interim reliefs. Okay, in such matters, the remedy of pre-litigation mediation has to be sorted. Only after exhausting that remedy, you could file the suit. India took mediation further seriously by becoming a signatory to the UN Convention on International Mediation Settlement Agreement in 2019 in Singapore. Further, the provisions like Section 16 of the Court Fees Act of 1870, which was also inserted along with the amendment of the CPC in 2002, provided for refund of the entire court fee if the matter was finally settled through mediation. Further, M.K. Krishnamurthy versus New India Insurance Company Limited, reported in 2020-15 SEC 493. The Apex Court directed the government to consider the feasibility of enacting the Indian Mediation Act of 2023, thus paved the way for the Mediation Act of 2023. And that's where we stand today with respect to the statutory growth of mediation in India. Actually, for a 22-year-old effort, it is a long way. We have come a very long way thanks to the Indian legal system, thanks to the judiciary, thanks to the legislature. Now, here, as we stand as it is, I'll tell you the real issues. The real question is, in all of us mind, including me sometimes, okay, whether mediation is a noble profession. Whether mediation is a noble profession compared to other professions that we advocate is a thing. And who can be a mediator? There are a lot of gray areas, but let me tell you this. Any profession to be a noble profession, what we need a structure to act, fit in, a structure, statutory growth, which will give us structure. I think we are very fortunate to be part of that metamorphosis. At least I feel like that. Very, very part of that metamorphosis. And that emotional growth has to happen by itself. Now, that is the mind block that we all are going through. I think at least few areas. I mean, that since I'm addressing a specific area of people, specific industry. I think I'm mostly addressing the insolvency professionals and chartered accountants and cost of accountants. Even on the corridor, yesterday I heard a very smart young boy asking me that question. Madam, if we were to finish in mediation, why are we coming to the court? He asked me that question. I know I didn't know how to answer that. Now, that is where we stand. That's an emotional growth that we need to have to really advocate and take mediation to the next level. Now, in my understanding, if I may, please correct me if I'm wrong, that what we would like to know is whether the mediation has the substance to be considered as an autonomous profession when compared to other profession, or it is just a specification merely accessible to one set of established professionals. This is This is what is most of our doubts are. Now, what are the elements of a normal profession? The minimum requirement of a profession should be, it should have a definite process. I mean, I'm sure. Uniformity of terminology, if I am right. Availability of training. There should be an academic which should be provided for it in the universities. And courses dedicated, post-graduation courses dedicated to a particular industry, a code of conduct for mediators and institutions, if who want to, embark on this in this journey of mediation or to establish themselves as a center. There are a lot of gray areas, I know, but the point here is, it is something to seriously. Now the government has, and the legal system has given you an act also. Definitely there are about the act, I think Sriram Shekhar will talk. There are a lot of impediments. There are a lot of shortcomings, but still, I think we should believe as a mediation is an amazing profession if you can frame it and come within that particular framework and work. Now, there is two, even I have a view that once you put straitjacket this mediation also into a kind of a time-bound, like IBC law, a time-bound thing. I mean, are we not taking out a lot of things out of it? Are we not taking the charm of the idea of mediation itself by putting it into a structured format? So these are things which has to be debated on an everyday basis. But my challenge today is to tell all of you that mediation definitely is a very good autonomous profession. And it will become in another couple of years. We are all part of that metamorphosis. And I feel very honored to have got this opportunity to, talk about it. And thank you very much. I think my time is I'm dot on my time. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll hand it over to Mr. Sriram Shekhar, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ambali.
Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful session. In fact, I must really thank the whole the program, the way it is being conducted. It's a great pleasure to be here today, gentlemen. It's really wonderful to be part of the distinguished speakers and respectable colleagues from IP fraternity. I must really, convey my wishes to Sandyogji, because he has been the person who says mediation is a great game changer. It is not the value of money which what we have, it's the peace of mind what we all have. There's a peace what we are going to do. We are going to spread across the world a peaceful world. We are going to see through mediation. That is what the purpose supposed to be, the people who are in the mediation. And he has given a golden words with that. And let me tell you, I must thank TMA President, Mr. Gupta, his esteemed team members, and also ICSA for having given an opportunity. I know it is post-lunch, and I'm certainly, I know, might be feeling a little hard, but we will try and make it a bit interesting. Well, mediation is a good game changer. While the IBC has been successful in recovering loans from defaulting companies, it also brings concern for corporates, especially MSMEs. 30% of GDP is out of MSME, you know that. And 50% of the exports from India is out of MSME. And hence introducing mediation in the resolution process to address their concerns, to address their issues would certainly pave for a great headway. You know, one thing like what we have in insolvency, the ecosystem, the same ecosystem almost going to really, evolve. What we have in the ecosystem in insolvency is an IP, IPA, then IU, then NCLT, then what NCLAD, and probably IBBI. This is the ecosystem with which we just work on. And similarly, the mediation has got an ecosystem. The mediator, then MI, Mediation Institute, then MSP, Mediation Service Provider, then comes court annexed mediation centers, then comes courts, there is a subordinate courts, high courts and Supreme Court, then comes the Government of India. This is how the whole ecosystem is going to evolve. And therefore, with due respect to the excellent judicial system, what we have in India, definitely we need to address how to resolve growing disputes, particularly of commercial nature, which would directly have impact on the growth of the nation. See, we in India have 25,000 judges roughly to solve 5 crore pending cases as of now, apart from the daily ever growing the number of cases, as against the 50,000 judges in US, where they have got only 3 lakh cases, excluding the cases related to immigrants. So what I'm trying to say is we have judges have a load of cases where they are seeing per judge 2,000 cases are there, whereas in US it is about hardly 100 or 200 per judges. Why this change? Why this change happened? Because somewhere in 2000, somewhere in 1980, US started adopting mediation. They started adopting mediation. All the cases were getting cleared out of mediation. I'll just come back on that. Interestingly, US introduced mediation in the 80s and Singapore also followed them. And see, what is the question we need to really answer today is it, are we going to solve our problem judicially or judiciously? That is very important. Conflict in any way, it is inevitable. In any business solution, business situation, conflict is inevitable, but combat is optional. We need to really understand how important to really mediate and come out of the issues so that we can gain time, we can gain money, everything. It's a choice of parties, Therefore, particularly when it involves investment, trade as an important drivers of economy, it is affecting the business. Therefore, mediation could indeed be a great game changer in corporate insolvency, promoting credit negotiations, affecting restructuring plans during normal situation of business. In view of the recommendations, we see there is a recommendation given by Dr. Vishwanathan through an expert committee was formed and headed by Dr. Vishwanathan, who has given a framework for use of mediation in IBC somewhere in 31st, that is on 31st January 2024. That is being considered by government now. Similarly, there is advances in global policy, a lot of global changes happening throughout the globe. Let us see what are the benefits mediation in an insolvency scenario can really bring to us. The first benefit could be enhancing the efficiency of insolvency proceedings. The whole insolvency proceedings itself will go for a great change, because a mediator handling an IP process, a non-mediator handling the same process would really mean a lot of change. Therefore, the resolution of multiple creditor disputes that can be really easily handled if he is a trained mediator, achieving as a consensus among disparate stakeholders, because the stakeholders are divergent. They're all different stakeholders, as we come across day in and day out during our CRP process, during liquidation process. And insolvency professionals, as you and me, we don't have time other than thinking into it 24/7. We think about IP only activities, and for us, we must understand the simplest way of really resolving the issue is to really have the mediating. Yeah. So therefore, mediation can reduce time and cost naturally. So there is a tremendous utility which in deploying the services of a neutral third party skilled in mediation technique, with a mediator able to play the valuable role of building consensus between the mediator and creditors in the development of the restructuring plan. Generally, restructuring plan or rebuilding the whole business or cash flow management, these things are the domain expertise of our company secretaries, cost and management accountant, and chartered accountants. Definitely, it is not the cup of tea of lawyers. So, for example, let me just give you one more very interesting this thing. Out of 1,000 lawyers, only 1% is IP, whereas out of 1,000 company secretaries, there are about 10% are IPs. Similarly, chartered accountants, I think there are 6 out of 1,000. There are 6 are chartered accountants. CMAs almost 2. So this is the figure. Already the lawyers are very, very less in IP profession, because IP profession is totally driven in a different expertise. Therefore, in this profession, whenever there is a real-time issue, it's only the domain expert can handle. But provided the domain expert should have the process expertise. Without the process expertise of mediation, I think it is not that easy. The technique, the whole of the technique, like an aircraft. An engineer knows how the technology works, but he will not be able to fly a bird. He will not be able to fly it. And it's only the pilot who has been knowing not necessarily the technology, but he knows how to drive. So mediator like a pilot, and Indu correctly said mediator as a doctor. So therefore, what I suggest, one's supposed to really know that particularly for the professionals like chartered accountants, company secretaries, and cost and management accountants, mediation will definitely help them to really grow in a larger perspective. I must really mention the words of Supreme Court Justice Sri A.K. Sikri, who happened to be the international justice in Singapore right now for commercial courts. In his words, he has very clearly mentioned that the litigations instituted by parties before the tribunals courts during the period of CRP liquidation have been cited as one of the primary reasons for delay. The whole delay happens only that period. So that is the place where IPs can really play a major role. Similarly, he's also said the resolution plans, whatever we really arrive at through a mediation, has got an innovative out-of-box thinking than the typical CRP, whatever resolution plan we really arrive at. Therefore, a mediator can play a critical role in building trust and consensus among divergent stakeholders and guide a financially distressed debtor in creating towards a quick, inexpensive, and flexible outcome, including resolving complex credit dispute and adopting a restructuring plan. So let me just discuss about policy and regulatory settings for insolvency-based mediation. Existing framework that promotes mediation. So like I mentioned, there is an expert committee under the chairmanship of Dr. T.K. Vishwanathan, and who is none other than the same Dr. T.K. Vishwanathan, sir, who really who formulated the BLRC. He's the person behind that. So he's the same person, same Mr. Dr. T.K. has been asked to really submit a report, which he really submitted to IBBA somewhere in 31st January 2024 this year. And it is under consideration of the government. IBBA has taken that and is seriously they are pursuing. And regarding those expert committee report, I have a small PPT. I will just share with you at the last end of my session. So the committee has very clearly, yes, sir. The committee has very clearly had rigorously examined the mediation landscape, including the newly enacted Mediation Act, to assess the potential for use of mediation in various insolvency, bankruptcy, and liquidation process. The committee thoroughly studied the application of mediation in other jurisdictions as well. So let us just think about how the things really as and now. Insol International and World Bank already have initiated actions to take up the mediation in the IBC process. Similarly, the World Bank and the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, that is UNCITRAL, which was also designated by the Financial Stability Board as global standard setters for insolvency system. The Singapore Convention again has regulated in 2019. In fact, myself and Mr. Aruloli, we both attended the Singapore Convention. It regulates clearly and recognizes an enforcement of international mediated settlement agreements. Therefore, India, although it is part of the signatory, the first time it really signed, I think it is 7th August 2019, India participated, and in fact, India was a first batch. India got signed in the signatory, and it is as of now there are 12 countries which has ratified, but India has not ratified so far for the best reasons, because there are technical reasons for which they are holding it on as of now. Mediation could play a key role with the cross-border insolvency model law framework, particularly in negotiating an insolvency cooperation protocol between courts and insolvency representatives in multiple jurisdictions. In fact, in US, out of 60 cases, 40 cases are being referred to mediation by the insolvency courts judges. That is how it is happening. And similar future advances. What is it we are holding for future? For the as a career options for chartered accountants, company secretaries, and cost and management accountants, or as an IP profession, what are the future actions? Gentlemen, let me tell you one thing. It is like what is a pizza? It is like a pizza. What happens in the pizza? It's a basis, whatever chartered accountancy, whatever CMA, basic qualifications, what we have is a base. Top of it, we need to add color. Now we have added a color, added some few steps with that is called IP profession. Now my request is only to add up a few more things. Like what we have done today is a TMA, and we know how important we need to really know for to become a turnaround professional. And in fact, turnaround become professional is a very, very important thing which is required. Really be a turnaround professional. It's only you. It is only the chartered accountants, company secretary, cost management. You are the driver of economy. Only you can become the turnaround professionals. Similarly, you belong with the turnaround professional qualifications. You should also hold mediator qualification that will really add up. The whole life, the whole pizza will become so cherishable. I wish everyone should really do that. So with this, let me just quickly get into a few more things. Some examples with respect to the success examples. One is Lehman Brothers. Lehman Brothers, it really solved. It could be solved only because of mediations. The second example, which I can probably throw at you, is Vienna Airport. Vienna Airport had a problem. The third runway they were not able to operate it. They were not able to really they were not able to really functionally bring it to action. So there was a problem with the public saying that there is a problem. And finally, there was a mediation group. There was a mediation forum who were appointed, and it got settled in somewhere in 2005. There's one of the very big cases which really got solved through mediation in Europe. So that's why what I would suggest to technology, yes, when you say about technology, recent advancements in technology could also support the growth of mediation. AI and similarly blockchain are going to be definitely you, because after COVID, which really sparked the digital enhancements, and we need to really see. And ODR is picking up. ODR is online alternative dispute resolution mechanism, that is also picking up. And therefore, what I suggest each and every one of you to really undertake a mediation training at the earliest, and also to be a turnaround professional, you should really join a right kind of a course to become a professional in turnaround as well, which will definitely not only be useful to you, it will be useful to the whole country. It will be useful to the whole world, because you are the people, you are the person. Because a person with a mediation knowledge, he will always not see the money value in anything. He will see only the value into it, not money. That is how that is what mediation. That is what Sandeep sir, the minute he came, this is what we listen almost all the elderly people. And I would suggest let us all really team up and come together. Right from morning, I've been listening Rocky, I've been listening Satish and Devang, Alan, Vikram, and everyone really gave their thought process. I feel very, very happy to be part of a wonderful team to be in front of you today. And let me quickly go through the PowerPoint presentation with respect to the cases, with respect to the expert opinion, whatever suggestions they have given. Let me just, this is the, yes, are you able to see my PowerPoint, sir? Sir,
No,
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 you're not able to see my PowerPoint?
Not
Okay,
yet.
just try to share it.
No, sir.
No, you're not able to see it, huh? Just a minute. Yeah, this is actually, let me just quickly run through the whole, this is the expert committee has suggested. There are certain very important things. Let me quickly cover up. If not PowerPoint, let me just quickly cover up with this. The summary of recommendation of the committee is that they have recommended to have. एक मिनट I'll just try. Hello.
Anjali, can you please make Shriram sir the co-host so that he can share the PPT?
Sir, I had already made him co-host.
Just a minute. Okay. Okay,
Hello, sir, you are not audible.
Sir, I'm not audible.
Now
Just a
audible.
minute. Just
Now audible.
a minute, sir. There is a small problem in this. Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, I'll just see my PowerPoint presentation. Anyway, I'm sorry, I don't want to really waste your time. Let me just, there are only few points which are really suggested by Dr. Vishwanathan and committee. Guptaji, can I just quickly discuss or this thing like continuously, or
Please
should I
please
really
go ahead.
try?
Please go ahead. If you want, you can send it to me. I can probably share it if you want.
Yeah, I'll immediately do it.
Guptaji, you will be sharing other PPTs also with us, participants?
We will do that. We will share it with the ICSI, and they would further share it with you. Whosoever participants would give us a permission to share, we'll definitely do that.
Thank you.
I have shared with you, Guptaji.
Okay. Just let me check.
The PowerPoint presentation can be.
Yeah.
Oh.
You have shared me on what on
Just a
WhatsApp?
minute. No. Just a minute. I will just share it to you once again. I'm taking time. I'm trying to really do this. I don't know how to.
You can carry on, Shekhar.
Yeah, I will just carry on. That's what I would suggest.
Sir, you can
Fundamentally, let me just tell you, because this happens to be an executive committee report which has been submitted by Mr. T.K. Vishwanathan sir. And in fact, we have made only a few 5 or 6 slides I just made to really give and highlight a few points. See, fundamental objective of the framework was to provide a structured framework for integrating mediation in IBC. That is what fundamentally the whole government is also now interested to really hear from an expert group. So expert group has already suggested the mediation has to be integrated. It has to be integrated in the system of IBC. That is what they have recommended. Therefore, they can reduce the burden of AA. This is what the fundamental objective. Then summary of recommendations of the committee is: one is phased introduction of voluntary mediation. The voluntary mediation is being recommended, and mediation framework as a self-contained blueprint within the code is also being recommended. Independence and flexibility in any case for IP insolvency professional with respect to the IBC is never compromised, because IBC, the timeline is, now we have got timeline of 180 days, and then again 270 days, again another 330 days. This is all the timeline. Whereas this, at any point of time, they will not compromise, and that is, it will be inbuilt. The timing also will be inbuilt. Then self-contained framework of mediation under the code. See, now they are enabling provisions. Mediation within the timeline they are trying to do. This is one. Then establishment of in-house mediation secretariat at the NCLT. All the NCLTs are going to have in-house secretariat. There is going to be a separate secretariat. There's going to be a separate cell in NCLTs. All the NCLT will have a separate cell. Similarly, clarification of the role as a NCLT. See, how much is the power? What is the power of AA in terms of adjudicating with respect to the mediation? That is also being clarified. Then recognition of enforcement settlement of MSA. The MSA means Mediator Settlement Agreement. Gentlemen, let me tell you, the Mediation Act, which has come in 2023, has brought along with it lot of benefits to the society, and yet to really, there are some sections are yet to be notified, but it has come out with wonderful, and it has come out wonderfully. There are so many things to the benefit of the public, to the benefit of the professionals, for the all-round progress of the country. And it is now recognition, how it can be recognized, the enforcement of mediated settlement, that is also given in that. Rules of this by central government. Central government may prescribe the following rules. One is the basic structure. How the basic structure, although there is a committee which has already given their recommendations, but however, recommendations has to go to, as you know, that it has to go to the parliament, and it has to be, placed before the parliament to then only it can really come out as a bill after getting the assent of the president. Now they are in the process of bringing this thing into the framing the rules, basic structure, establishment of NCLT annexed insolvency mediation cell, creating an infrastructure within the bar, including e-filing and including e-hearing, everything. Minimum qualification for mediators appointment. That is very, very important. What is the minimum qualification which is required for a mediator? And settling appellate forums, that is also being discussed. Regulatory framework. Then once government gives it, probably there is a regulator now. Naturally, we have a regulator. There is going to be a regulator for mediation. It's going to be MCI, Mediation Council of India, which is under formation. Almost many of the sections in that has been notified, except very few. And MCI is under formation. MCI, the main role of Mediation Council of India is to regulate register the mediators. The first is to register the mediators and regulate the Mediation Institute and mediation service providers. What is Mediation Institute? Mediation Institute, like IMO International Mediation Organization, is an institute which gives training to mediators and which really conducts webinars, which really conducts awareness programs, which really conducts national, international conventions, conferences. That is what MI is. Whereas MSP, mediation service providers, are the real-time service providers, real-time conducting mediations. Like, we have one more organization called CIMO, Center of International Mediation, where we conduct real-time mediations. So there is an MI, there is an MSP, and we come, there is one more term, mediation agreement, then MSA, mediation settlement agreement. These are all the things which we need to really understand. You will come to know about when you really undergo for a training. Similarly, what are the stages of references? One is pre-institution. The other one is post-institution. Suppose a person who comes to us before under section 7 or under section 8 or 9 or 10, somebody really approaches us. So before approaching us, pre-institution, AA has got no jurisdiction in it. So they can really know that time, the minute a person has a problem, a company has a problem, the minute somebody approaches us, immediately now we can take up the matter and really finish it under mediation and really bring to a solution. And similarly, post-institution, there are procedures which are devised by them. Similarly, operational infrastructure. One and the same, whatever I mentioned with respect to the NCLT, separate cell is going to be annexed, everything that is also going to be made. Similarly, we have cost. When it comes to cost, there are 3 areas of cost which has been recommended. One is mutually shared. See, whenever a party really brings for a matter for mediation, the other party agrees that they have to really, both of them should really share them mutually. Whereas here in the proceeding, the recommendations they have given excluded from the CRP, whatever cost which is incurred towards mediation during the first time, because the time which is being expected is only 30 days. Suppose section 7 application has been filed before admission, NCLT can give 30 days time to really complete it, to really resolve the issue through mediation. This is the recommendation. 30 days time being given. During 30 days, whatever expenses being made, that should not be included in the CRP cost. That is what being. And third part is that reimbursement provisions also they are trying to really include in this, because the whole process, the NCLT is going to really spend some money on the mediation process, and other officers who are involved, they are also going to spend their time. There is going to be some kind of a fee and all. So all these things, there is a process of reimbursement also they are visualizing and envisaging. Similar mediators. Who could be the mediator? Recommendation says, as I know, this particular recommendation, executive committee recommendation, available in the very much available in the open source. You can just verify that. Who could be the mediators? One is retired members from NCLT or NCLAT or retired members from senior officials from SEBI, senior officials from banking regulators, and similarly senior advocates, who are senior advocates, and similarly mediators with more than 10 years of experience. This is a place where we are all coming into picture. So mediators with more than 10 years of experience. And last one is persons with the technical expertise in insolvency, accounting, valuation, and industry operations. So this is the place where insolvency professionals comes. All the IPs are eligible to become mediators as per the recommendations given by them. Thank you very much. This is a small, I'm sorry I could not really share with you the presentation. And any clarification, any questions, you may please ask me. I'll be happy to really answer if I know. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shriram ji. क्या बहुत अच्छा आपने, you spoke very well and gave us a lot of knowledge on mediation. Now, from your team, who would be speaking?
Yeah, I would try like Mr. Aruloli to really join us and really throw some light on.
Please welcome Mr.
Yeah.
Aruloli. Yeah. You are on mute, sir.
Aruloli, sir.
Sir, you are on mute.
Vanakkam.
Yeah, sir.
Am I audible?
No.
Is it okay?
No.
Yeah, he's speaking from some other device, I think.
Just a minute.
Okay.
No, he's audible, Shriram sir. He's audible.
He's audible from a different device.
Thing is, he has opened 2 windows. One he should close.
Yeah, I am open to now for the.
Sir, Pesla.
Now we can't see you.
Okay.
Yes.
Video.
Right. Okay. And meanwhile, any clarifications until Aruloli joins, and any clarifications probably you could really. Aruloli, are you ready?
Sir, one thing.
Yeah.
So in your last category, where you said insolvency professional.
Am I audible now?
Advocate.
Sir, 1 minute, Aruloli, sir. You're audible. Just one clarification. Aruloli, sir, you're audible. There is one clarification. Yes, sir.
Advocates and company secretaries are not eligible to be professionals under that.
No,
C
they
category.
are. They are last category. They are eligible. All the insolvency professionals are eligible. And yes, you are right. If they are not insolvency professionals, I have doubts.
Okay. Thank
More
you.
than 10 years of experience, any professional, mostly professionals are eligible, but that category is not there. You can refer it in the book is available. In fact, the recommendations are open source. We can always refer that, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah. Vanakkam. Turnaround professionals, company secretaries, insolvency professionals, and other professionals. with the interest in mediation. My greetings for your presence and participation in this meeting on a weekend following the 4th week of the month, which by itself a point to be appreciated. And the topic given with reference to the setup of mediation as a career option for the insolvency professionals and other professionals. And the mediation can be a attractive alternative career opportunity for insolvency profession in India and abroad, considering their expertise in conflict resolution, negotiation, financial analysis, and problem solving. More particularly, insolvency professionals possess the valuable skills that can be leveraged in mediation, such as understanding of financial complexities by their experience, the ability to analyze data and identify key issues, experience in negotiation and with the stakeholders, and knowledge of legal framework, which they do on a day-to-day basis. And mediation offers a complementary career path, allowing insolvency professionals to utilize their expertise in a new context, develop new skills, such as communication and facilitation, transition into the field with a growing demand due to the mediation and the conciliation rules and the arbitration and the conciliation amendment act in place, and also transition into the field with a growing demand enhances their professional network. In abroad, countries like United States, United Kingdom, and Singapore have already established mediation frameworks, offering opportunities for Indian insolvency professionals to explore the international mediation careers. The transition into mediation by insolvency professionals can pursue them. Once on pursuing the mediation, they have to get trained and certified. Then the network with mediators and industry experts is available for them. Then highlight the transferable skills and experience among them with various other professionals, and consider specializing in area like cross-border insolvency mediation, which is very much going to be in the place in the days to come, when the entire world is going to be a village for us to play with. By leveraging their experience and adapting to new challenges, the insolvency professional can find a fulfilling and rewarding career in mediation, both in India and abroad. Among the mediation professionals, this mediation can be a valuable specialization for company secretaries, management accountants, and chartered accountants, enhancing their skill sets and career prospects. How it is possible? The company secretaries can apply their knowledge on corporate governance, compliance, regulatory framework to mediate disputes and related to the company law, securities law, and corporate governance. In this, their experience in managing the stakeholder relationship can be useful in mediating between the conflicts between the shareholders, the directors, employees, and other stakeholders related with the company law board and the company. This is the way in which the company secretaries fall in place. And the management accountants can utilize their financial skills to mediate disputes related to financial reporting, budgeting, forecasting, and cost management due to their expertise in that particular cost management field. And the understanding of organizational operations can help mediate conflicts related to supply chain management, procurement, and internal controls. My profession, chartered accountancy. The chartered accountants can apply their auditing skills to mediate disputes related to financial reporting, accounting standard, and auditing practices. Their knowledge in taxation laws and the regulations can be useful in mediating tax-related disputes between the taxpayers and the tax authorities. Coming among these professionals, once again, the company secretaries, due to their being a company secretary 20 years back and being a company secretary in practice today are two different scenarios. Normally, what used to happen 20 years back is the chartered accountant or a management accountant in practice himself will take most part of the company secretary's work, and the company secretaries will be appointed by the companies on a regulatory framework of a compulsory secretary to be appointed in the company. That is the place where they fit. Now, with the enhancement and enlargement of the company secretaries in practice, they themselves are into the practice, and most of the work related to company law board is being taken up on an outsourced mode or on a specialized mode by the company secretary itself. This leads them to have interaction with the stakeholders in a larger scale than what it was previously. Previously, it was a complaints matter. Now it is a consultancy matter for company secretaries with their stakeholders. That is the place where the company secretaries, the Institute of the Company Secretary also has played a vital role in revamping the syllabus and bringing the syllabus to the current requirements and needs to make the company secretaries a better professional 20 years back. That is what will leverage them in such a way that they are the best fit, those who are into insolvency professional and also company secretaries will be best fit as mediators, and mediators is going to throw them many things in their future career. Coming to the cost and management accountants, once again, this cost and management accountants are only employed in the costing department of the manufacturing companies some 20 years back. Nowadays, they are the people who are into practice, and they are the people who are in a position to give the management the right advice. What was being done as a postmortem cost analysis previously is now being forecasting, budgeting, and also projecting of what are the needs and necessities for the management for as a whole. What has previously happened is the IT technology or the information technology company like TCS, Cognizant, etc., were employing people with experience or with the qualification of BE, BTech, etc. In the last 10 years, they started taking chartered accountants, company secretaries, and management accountants, because most of the work from United Kingdom, United States of America, with reference to management of a company on a forecast basis, is being outsourced to these Indian companies, and they definitely need the expertise of its company secretaries, management accountants, and chartered accountants to fulfill that particular work which is coming to them. Likewise, this mediation once again with ODR as stated by our President of International Mediation Organization, what's in place is also going to be taken over by the information technology companies, and they will be very clearly and cleverly building up their infrastructure. And still, they need people like us, the chartered accountants, company secretaries, and management accountants to be employed in order to do something over and above the artificial intelligence, which cannot resolve the conflict between stakeholders. The resolution to hear what is the dispute, what is the conflict, and the way in which it is being made to come together. The two people who are in conflict needs to be there in place to see that the conflict is resolved rather than the conflict is litigated and going further into the process of never end solution. That way, the company management accountants also will play a great role. Coming to the chartered accountants. The chartered accountants, by specialization in mediation, all these three professionals will enhance their professional reputation first. Once the professional reputation is enhanced, automatically the pride in which they do their profession will make more and more people to come and resolve that dispute under mediation with them. And they will increase the earning potential and diversify their service offerings and also develop new skills and expertise through mediation. And this will contribute to the development of alternate dispute resolution practices in their respective fields. This is the way it will help all these professionals, more particularly chartered accountants, company secretaries, and the management accountants, when they pursue mediation along with being an insolvency professionals. This turnaround management peoples are those peoples who are new to India, but the concept is never new to India. Whenever there is an insolvency or the CRIP policies which is being put into the action, immediately all the people come to the insolvency professionals or the IRP, and the process of mediation starts with reference to getting the files, getting the data, seeing that the company is being run, and all other better things are happening. Now, what this TMA is going to do is institutionalize this process. Whatever was being done already on an uninstitutionalized way, these are the professionals who are going to make them the turnaround as an institutional form, which will definitely help them. And the mediation in the name of TMA is what is going to happen in the future. Apart from this, what is very important for this chartered accountants, company secretaries, and the cost accountants who go through this insolvency professional course and doing the CRIP and entering into mediation is they are the people who are known as very few among the many in the country. There are very, very few chartered accountants, company secretaries, and once that professionalism is getting into the action of conflict dispute resolution, definitely it will lead to an understanding, and more settlements will be possible. With the act coming into place and the rules and regulations are framed and announced, they will be the people who will definitely take this mediation to greater heights. And one thing which is very, very important in this particular concept of insolvency professionals taking up mediation is that what you do every day, each day, with reference to the compromises which is being made are all unrecorded mediation, which the compromises which you are facilitating among the stakeholders are all unrecorded mediation. Once you start recording this out of the way in a separate notebook, within the process of CIRP, there will be plenty of mediated settlements, unrecorded mediated settlements which are happening. Only thing, we Indians are always the people who never take big things, who always take big things as small things. Whatever the help we render, we don't consider that the help as being rendered. We take that as a part of everything which we are doing. Once the mediation by itself, there are restrictions on the disclosure with reference to what is happening between the mediator and the mediatee. Thereby, the record should not be very much stating what are all the things which has been personal in nature, and it's need to record. These are other things which already the company secretaries, cost accountants, and chartered accountants profuse and practice in their own profession of the confidentiality which is there with them among the clients. The clients are more confident with chartered accountants, company secretaries, and management accountants in disclosing the financials in order to get the work done by them with reference to whatever is needed. When it comes to conflict resolution, the first and foremost hindrance is the communication among the parties coming to mediation. In this communication among the parties coming to the mediation, the company secretaries and chartered accountants are the right fit people who will be in a position to make it happen. Once communication happens, automatically the negotiation and the conflict resolution will be just like a problem solving of a cakewalk for both the mediator and the parties to the mediation. Bringing the parties to mediation will be their professional expertise, will be their professional knowledge, and will be the rules and the regulations which are going to be framed. And in those rules and regulations, the insolvency professionals, the turnaround professionals, company secretaries, all these people will definitely find a place. It is in the initial formation stage, and the government and the regulatory authority will realize the need for such professionals to be roped into this mediation act and the mediation rules and regulations, which will definitely make them happier to see that the settlements are happening on time, in time, and basically developing the peace of the country in reducing the conflicts. The conflicts go on to reduce the economy, and the economy will be boosted once this conflict is being resolved. Now, what is this transition to the mediation? What and all will happen? How they can get into this mediation is to pursue the mediation training and certification. Organizations like International Mediation Organization and other organizations in India, as per the rules and regulations of the Supreme Court, are offering a 48 hours or 40 hours training program. And the certified mediators are being the people who are as of now recognized by the Mediation and the Conciliation Act and rules. And more particularly, once you get trained into this particular 40 hours of mediation training, you will be in a position to easily, liberally, and right royally get into the profession of mediation. And then once you get into the certified mediation, then you get into the network with mediation and mediators and the industry experts. This getting into the network with mediators will be making you better choice, and the interaction with the mediators will get you case studies and experiences of very many things. And what we could not solve through years of litigation was solved through the help of a mediation by the Supreme Court of India. These are the things which are the examples of mediation, which is going to transform India. Transformation of India, and this will also highlight the skills and experience of the professional. Once you get into mediation, by getting into the mediation itself, you will be in a position to, by third or fourth conflict resolution, many people who are benefited from you will start propagating about your highlight your skills and experience you have in this field. And also, by considering the specialization for the insolvency professionals being offered opportunities in United States, United Kingdom, and Singapore, you can go for cross-border insolvency mediation. This cross-border insolvency mediation is what you earn in India. You work in India, you earn in dollars. When you work in India, you earn in rupees. But when you get into this cross-border insolvency, you continue to work in India, but you get your remuneration in dollars, pounds, and euros. That is the way it goes. By not only this, they also get into the specialization in mediation. They can enhance their reputation, we said. This enhancement of reputation as a chartered accountant, as a company secretary, And as a mediator company secretary, mediator chartered accountant will be way apart and will go leaps and bounds in climbing the satisfactory level of such professionals into the process of getting into the mediation things. And these are all the very many things which is need to be stated, more particularly to the topic assigned to me. And my last 3-4 minutes is available for you for the question.
Gupta ji, if there is any clarification required with respect to mediation, I would like to take 1 or 2 questions in case if
Yeah, please. All participants, any questions, you can now put them on the mediation panel to the panelists.
Ambli, madam, you also can join.
Yeah, sure.
In fact, there is one more to add is that, whenever, see, for NCLT, all the professionals are allowed to really represent their cases. So they are not necessarily required to be lawyers. All the professionals, chartered accountants and IPs are eligible to represent. Similarly, this particular mediation, once a professional IP professional do the mediation course, they become a mediator. In fact, they can handle all the mediation, community mediation. Even the family matrimonial also they can handle. I don't really think there is a bar to really for them because they are after all mediators. I think the law is yet to really come out on it. But there also you become a competitor to the lawyers, legal profession. I don't know. Ambli can really throw some light on it.
I have a question here.
Yeah, please.
Now, supposing whatever the compulsory mediator course is undertaken by a insolvency professional. Now, where will that person actually register as a mediator? So I have come across courses given by IIAM. Now, I think your organization is also giving this training.
Yeah.
And Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs also time to time organizes some training.
Okay.
And so does Bombay Merchant Chamber.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, which is a standard course?
Yeah.
Recognized course, which a person can undertake and get registered under the, I become an IP and I'm registered with IBBI.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm an advocate, I'm registered with Bar Council of, So which is one standardized examination or this thing where I can become a mediator and I can get registered in a central kind of a registry, which is like my license to be a mediator.
Yeah.
Can you kindly guide this?
Yeah, can I answer this? And I'll just give you, this is an excellent question. One has to really ask them himself. See, today, as I know, there are umpteen number of institutions started giving mediation training, including IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs have given the training. MCA has given training. That is also not recognized because all the courses, whatever happened so far, 40 hours, 48 hours, 60 hours, all are there. There is a Mediation Council of India, which is under formation now. Anytime you will come to know, it's a gazette notification will come. That MCA, Ministry of Corporate, Mediation Council of India, once it is formed, the primary role of Mediation Council of India's job is first to register the mediators, then regulate mediation institutes and mediation service providers. So when it comes for registration, they will fix who is the mediator, what is the qualification, they'll frame the qualification. And now they will then say these are the mediators so far have been trained by various institutions, subject to their recognition of that particular institution will be then. What we give today, so therefore, as of now, law is yet to evolve as to whether their eligibility in terms of considering them as a registered mediators according to the Mediation Act. It has not come so far. When it comes to sir, therefore,
so is it better to wait?
Yeah.
Is it better to wait?
No,
and see
that's what I'm
plays
saying.
out? Yeah.
That is why I have not, sir, that is why we have an understanding and affiliation with an university, where university is giving a certificate course and university is affiliating, they say, recognizing the training program.
Let me intervene at this
In our
point.
case, we are giving a certificate program recognized by an university. So CUSHA University has recognized our program and they are issuing a certificate.
Let
So
me
this is the
intervene.
answer.
Let me intervene, Mr. Shantanu, right? Let me answer this question to you in a more precise manner. When it comes to mediation, you can even conduct a mediation at your home. The challenge actually is, I did not get into it because you're all technical people and I am a lawyer, and I have always fought with IPs. So IPs are not my favorite people, but then I'm giving you the secret, okay? The secret is the secret is this. The whole idea about equipping yourself to be a mediator is a metamorphosis by itself. I didn't get into that. Like how the law is almost metamorphosized itself, we are yet to get there where there is going to be a central institution or an organization or a council where all the registrations can be taken, and that like Bar Council of India or the IBBI. But the point of training is that one training will not equip you to become a good, mediation is not about getting a degree at all. It is about honing your skill to be a absolutely different person. It's an absolutely new skill set, even for me. Everyday training and everyday understanding how it's about human behavior also. So it's a mixed question. Like when I'm addressing an IP set of people or a chartered accountant, it becomes a little more it's become very what do you call, it's a different area altogether. So this training is mandatory, Shantanu, to hone your skills. It is a different, you think that you will be good. You can never participate in a meeting without.
I'm not getting into that. All that I am saying.
So the importance
If
of training alone, I was telling you. I got it. I answered your.
I may be a good mediator, or I may not be a good mediator. I may be a good lawyer, or I may not be a good lawyer. That only time will play.
Exactly.
Time will play out.
Exactly.
And my practice will, whether I am a successful RP, insolvency professional, or I am not. Again, my credibility, my conduct, everything will play out. I think I am matured enough to understand that. Now, what my specific question was that if I invest money today in a particular certification, what do I get out of it? So when I did insolvency and the limited insolvency exam after my 25 years in corporate, I knew that I am getting into this.
Let me answer your question,
Please.
Wait, Mr. Sriram, more particularly with reference to the fact of the mediation. Just 1 minute.
I think we are just exceeding our time. And Gupta
No, just 1 minute is there. Half minute I will take.
Please.
Because he has asked me in place it. The fact is the situation with reference to training. The mediation committee formed by the Supreme Court of India has come out with a very clear statement on the mediation training and the syllabus to be covered in the mediation training. Whatever the organization where you are going to get the training of mediation, whether it is IMO or IACA, you just check with that committee's recommendation. The committee has stated minimum 40 hours and also it has given a syllabus. If those two things are getting fulfilled by any training organization, this will not be let down by any of the registering authority in the days to come. This is the fact of the situation. And as a learned person, you will definitely know how to get these two details from the training institution itself. Hence, we don't recommend the course itself should be minimum 40 hours and should cover the stipulated syllabus which is given by the committee formed by the Supreme Court and approved by the committee, approved by the Supreme Court also. Hence, we should have to take that as a benchmark for selecting the course. And always your investment is your money, and your investment should earn your money back. With that as a gesture, I thank you and go over to Sriram.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all panelists, Ms. Ambili Menon, Dr. Shekhar Sharam, and Mr. Aruli. Thank you for your comments, your wisdom, your knowledge that you have shared with the participants. And I hope it would be useful for all of them to understand and pursue mediation if they want to. And I think when the Mediation Council of India comes into play, they would have some sort of a repository to take care of all these registrations. Right. So we move on to our next panel. I believe every one of you has received the case study on the due diligence panel. If anybody has not received that, we have put it on the chat box as a case study version 2. Kindly go and download it because we are starting the session on due diligence right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Gupta.
Thank you. Hi, Christopher.
Hi, Rocky. Hello, everybody.
Is Linda there or she's missing?
No, I've been here a while.
Oh, you're here a while. Okay.
Been here about listening to the last discussion.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Dr. Linda Spedding, whom I have known for almost, 20 years? And she's an international lawyer, author of many books on due diligence, risk management, environment, and she might be able to tell you more about it. Then we have Christopher Davis, who is an international lawyer as well, and has written a book on due diligence, which is sort of a Bible for due diligence professionals. And he and Linda would both be taking this due diligence, the option as a career opportunity as due diligence professional. Like many people have said that like Alan said, and Mr. Chandiok said that due diligence and negotiations, including mediations, are part and parcel of a turnaround professional or an insolvency professional's work. So due diligence is very important in any sort of work. So today, if someone was asking me where we can find details on TMA India's memberships and TMA India activities. So I wrote on the chat box about our links on LinkedIn and on the web. But then simple due diligence of putting us into Google chat box would have created or got you the same results. So due diligence is very important in every part of our life, be it your schooling days or a college days or any time. It is very important. And to throw light more on it would be Christopher and Dr. Spedding. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm not actually at a beach. I'm actually in my motorhome in a field at a festival in the UK, which had been booked before we booked this. So my internet may be patchy, in which case, please let me know if my voice becomes garbled. I'll turn my video off. If need be, Rocky, you could take over the presentation if it gets really bad, and Linda could speak to it. My colleague Robert Windmill was hoping to join us, and also colleague Ramakrishna, who's an Indian lawyer. I'm not sure if he's on.
Ram, if you're on,
Okay.
then kindly let us know.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Very good. There we are. Thank you. So I think we've got an hour and a half. And so for the first few minutes, we'll just talk about due diligence in the context of a distressed target. We'll use the case study as a brainstorming session to share views from each of our individual perspectives, depending on our discipline, which I think will be a very interesting exercise. I think we can all learn a lot from that. And then we'll leave, say, 30 minutes for anything else we want to discuss on the subject. If So I'll just go through the first part, and then we'll have discussion later on around the case study and the Q&A. Okay. So I'm speaking in the context of where one is acting for a purchaser or an investor in a company or a business that is distressed. So TMA or insolvency colleagues here may have already been advising and said, look, I think the best thing for you is to say sell or take in partial investment. So let's say we're in that type of situation, and we've been instructed, all of us, to act for the investor or purchaser. And let's assume that they're from abroad, so they know nothing about the Indian framework. So it could be an acquisition, either of the legal entity or just the assets. And as we all know, it's a lot easier to purchase the entity because all of the rights come with it, but unfortunately also as do the obligations and liabilities. Excuse me. I picked up a bit of a cold in the field. Alternatively, they might be offering the vendor a partial investment. It might be regarded best to combine forces, have a joint venture, maybe form a new vehicle, therefore, and each side puts assets into that venture. Or it may be a loan that our client is proposing to offer. So when we're facing the client, this is a if you like, a summary terms of reference of what we might be asking them. So we'd be saying to them, we'll identify what sort of transaction the vendor's contemplating, to where the distress is coming from. I'm sorry. 3, whether the target is viable as going concern. 4, is it already potentially insolvent? 5, is it already moving into some sort of process, insolvency or distress process? 6, whether any workouts or negotiations have commenced with creditors. And 7, once we know that, what are the key assets that the purchaser is trying to acquire, and what are the key liabilities that would come with it? So then we're going to be looking at the target, and you will already have your own list of things that you look at, and so the list that I'm going to show you is really based on the legal list, but there's a lot of synergy. So and the order, of course, everybody have their own order. So the corporate structure, its company secretarial affairs, whether it's done any acquisitions or disposals, any liabilities that come with those. 4, whether there's any voidable transactions, whether they've already started reconstruction. 5, the heart of it, what do they do? What licenses do they have? As we know, the licenses might be what the purchaser is looking for. Any export import controls. 7, the ever increasingly important data protection. 8, advertising non-competition law, which of course can be critical. 10, the personnel, which is at the heart of most transactions. 11, health and safety. 12, any pension schemes. As you'll be aware, there's often liabilities with underfunded pension schemes. 13, land and buildings. 14, environmental. 15, the equipment and so on. 16, the stock. 17, computer systems. 18, data. 19, data protection, privacy. Again, that's how important it is. We put it in twice. 20, intellectual property. Again, often a key asset. 21, investments the entity has in other entities or otherwise. 22, it's lending to third parties, might be directors and so on. 23, funding in, 24 guarantees and indemnities, letters of credit out. Again, potential liabilities there. Product liability, 26, any problems or litigation it has, either as plaintiff or defendant or complainant. 26, it's insurance. Taxation, which is really the accountant's area. 29, any issues it has with existing agreements. 30, avoidable transactions at law. 31, the ever-increasing compliance, and I know in India it's a highly regulated environment, which is where Ram often helps us. Governance of the organization already, because if you're taking over an organization, then its existing governance will be remodeled typically, correct? Particularly if you're merging it with yours. So the rights of the various entities down through the chain need to be reviewed. 13, areas of distress. 14, and this is something that the lawyers would be looking at. Is there something coming in that's going to affect the viability or the way the business operates? 35, connected persons, that's family deals and so on. 36, business continuity processes in place. 37, break fees already involved in a transaction. 38, anti-bribery and sanctions, which of course can cripple a transaction or a business. And lastly, assets and rights that the vendor wants to exclude. So let's just move to our case study, and this is where everybody can participate. I'll just put that onto the screen, and then we'll just use that as a vehicle for our discussion. I think, Rocky, what arrangements will we have for people to speak? For how long? How will they be enabled to speak?
The standard operating procedure here is that anybody who wants to speak would raise his hand, and then it is up to you to choose the person and take his name. Then he will put on unmute himself, and then he'll speak.
Do you mind choosing the person? I'm not sure I can see everybody.
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that. Okay.
So we'll just quickly recount the facts of the case study. So a foreign investor, they're listed on the stock exchange.
Christopher, I'll just stop you. I'll just stop you a moment. Dear participants, this is something which is very specific to TMA ecosystem, where we have some sort of a case study. It is a completely fictional case study, and there would be some questions. You would be required to look at the case study and come out with different sort of requirements as far as due diligence is concerned. And this is what we call in TMA ecosystem as a boot camp. This is a very short boot camp. We might, in future, will be having boot camps of 3 hours duration to a whole day duration. Yes, Christopher, please go ahead now. Ram, if you can help Christopher to, if you can read and go through this case study for the benefit of the participants, that would be great, because some people might not have read it.
Yes, Ram, would you like to just read it through for us?
Sure, no problem. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. A potential foreign investor that is listed on leading stock exchange has approached you in relation to its prospective investment in acquisition of a company in India, which is defined as Target Co here for our discussion purpose. Target Co is a manufacturer of garments with its head office based in the state of Telangana in India. And it has been operating for the past 10 years, and it enjoyed strong growth in revenue, particularly from one customer, actually. So its customers are largely situated in USA and Europe. It has a turnover of $22 million per annum, which is about 176 crore Indian rupees, and it has got 120 employees. Since 2019, it has not been able to keep up with the demand and was missing the delivery deadlines, and quality issues arose due to high staff attrition rates. In 2020, due to the COVID pandemic, the factory was closed for 6 months, And in the last quarter of 2020, the USA and EU imposed anti-dumping penalties on Indian garment imports, which has considerably reduced sales to those countries. In response, the target company has reduced its workforce by 20%. So can you please scroll down? Oh, it's Mr. Chris, can you please scroll down? Oh. Oh, he got disconnected, I think.
Don't worry, I'll put on the case study till the time he comes back.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you see this, Ram?
Yeah, I'm able to see.
Yeah.
So we stopped it. In 2020, due to the COVID pandemic, the factory was closed for 6 months, and the last quarter of 2020, the USA and EU imposed anti-dumping penalties on Indian garment imports, which has considerably reduced the sales to these countries. In response, target company has reduced its workforce by 20%. Its main competitors are in China and Vietnam. It has one production facility in Telangana and another in Tirupur, Tamil Nadu, with both situated in rural areas. Its production facilities have not been updated since the business commenced, which has led to certain issues. Can you please scroll down? The target company dyes also, in addition to this thing, it has in its operations the cloth dyeing, dyes garments and enjoys nearby water from nearby rivers. Both facilities draw water from the rivers. The state pollution control boards have required the target company to install a water treatment plant at both production facilities, which target company is in the process of planning in one case and completed in the other case. It has a liability of $15 million, near to 120 crore by way of loan from the bank. The investor has informed you that its plan is to use the production facilities of the target company for the investor's company in Europe, actually. So this is the summary of the case. So here, what is requested for is that what additional questions, when this is placed before you, what are the additional questions which you will ask put to the investor to understand its long-term plan, actually, because primarily you are kind of representing the investor. So based on what you know, what are the key assets of the target company for the investor's purposes? What are the key risks, liabilities that could destroy the value in those assets? And in relation to those key assets, risks and liabilities, what are the initial additional key information would you like to seek or undertake in the due diligence on the target company? So these questions, I think, will be displayed continuously, Rafi, I think, for the benefit of the participants, I think, yeah?
Yeah.
So I think the participants can start.
So what is expected of you is to find what parameters do you find or what issues do you find in this whole case study of a probable acquisition by a customer who's asked you to do some due diligence on this. So you need to find what sort of information that you would be looking at in terms of getting a due diligence done, what sort of documentation that you would be needing to do your due diligence on the basis of the facts that has been right now disclosed to you. You can refer to this case study in your computer or on the Zoom.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah,
you're back.
Yeah, thank you for.
I think Rocky, can you hear me? Rocky?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Christopher. Just wanted to add, I was looking again at these facts, and we did touch on the role of ESG, which isn't actually named as such in the areas of investigation. But as you know, I've been involved in that type of due diligence. And interestingly, the EU has just passed the Sustainability Management new due diligence directive, which came into force day before yesterday, and will be impacting more and more globally. And I just wanted to make that comment because a lot of these facts are like typical environmental issues you can see. And therefore, as the foreign investment, as mentioned here, is a potential the potential foreign investor we're meant to be representing is a listed company. They will have to go a bit deeper, I think, on the ESG aspects. And I think there's a little bit of a gap, which we were discussing, with where that plays in the usual due diligence in India. Is that correct?
Yes, this is correct. Normally these days, many investors, private equities, are looking at environmental clearances, and there is no some sort of environmental issue with the project in which they need to fund. So ESG has become very important as far as the funding is concerned. However, if you talk about the insolvency sector, we do not have any sort of regulations on how the insolvency is going to impact on the environmental damages, if there are any. But yes, ESG is in coming months and the years is going to be a very important factor in any insolvency or a turnaround situation. I guess there are a lot of queries coming up. Let me just go towards the queries.
Okay.
So, Mr. Tandon, Atul Tandon writes, how much of capacity percentage would the investor be needing for its company in Europe?
Yeah, and the size of the investment, that's a good one.
The size of the investment, yes. What are the target products? Gentlemen, if you can speak, that would be much better instead of typing it in the chat box, because everybody would be aware of what you are asking. Right?
You can do both. It's really good, and there's no right and wrong answers, so it's really good just to brainstorm the stuff out.
So my point would be that what is happening with the dye, which is getting into the river?
Yes.
How do you plan to clean that water pollution out of this? So what are the amount of funding that is required for putting up a water treatment plant, probably?
Yes, and for how long this default have been going on? And can
please go ahead.
One kind of environmental ones.
Yes, let's start from the top. Let me just, I'm not able to share. Just a moment, I'll share again. So when we start off from the third paragraph, it has been operating for 10 years. So I would want to see the financials of last 10 years to understand how the company is going. I mean, how the company is performing in its financial way, how it is having a turnover, how did the turnover reach 22 million? What was the EBITDA? What was the variable and the fixed expenses? That is one I would need to understand. Gentlemen, now it is your chance to speak. Whatever you can understand and create a due diligence process out of this case study, it's up to you. Otherwise,
the first question, as I understand, it is saying what additional questions would we like to put to the investor?
Yes. No, not Chris. Can you be very clear, specific on this? Are we?
Yeah, I think that's the first thing that we could all focus on, because we want to understand what he wants us to do, or she, or they.
Yeah. It is, the questions are, they had to be addressed to the investor as to what they are looking for.
Or to the target co, which is the target.
I think that comes after. I think the first questions are, as some colleagues have noted,
okay,
understanding the clients, what assets is it looking to acquire? That's probably the first thing.
Mr. Joshi has raised his hand. Mr. Joshi, you can speak now, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Second thing, the purpose and the time horizon for the investment should be known to us. We should ask these questions to the investor. Secondly, their expected rate of return, or you may say the opportunity cost, that should be clarified, because they are investing some money in a particular business. So there must be some opportunity cost. There may be some expected rate of return at a particular point of time. So this should be clarified by interacting with the investor. Secondly, we should also try to understand the cross-border legal complexities, if there is any, so that repatriation of money and how it takes place. So in India and the other country where this investor belongs to should also be clarified. These are some basic questions that I would ask the investor.
Yes, and Mr. Joshi, the tax implications would also be very important to understand in terms of the sale of this business.
May I add some few questions from my side?
Sure, please go ahead.
We would like to know from the investor as to would be some installed capacity of this company in Telangana. So as to how much of that capacity would they be utilizing, 100% or some part? That has to come. Then second question, basic question is how much stake they are willing, just a majority stake, 51, 76 or 100%. And then being a European, as it appears to be, that what kind of restrictions or quality requirements or facilities they would insist upon to be set up, or rather which will entail some investment. It will be insisted upon by the investor upon the target company before taking over.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Joshi.
Okay. Further questions could be like this company, this Indian company, seems to be a highly debt-ridden company. So we should ask the investor how they are planning to use their money, because this is 120 crore of debt is there, as it is written in the last two paras of this particular case study. So we should try to understand how they are going to, whether they are really aware of this particular fact. And the plant seems to be quite old. The facilities have not been upgraded since years, since inception. So how they are going to upgrade the technology for better utilization of the resources and to boost the capacity. Third thing is, company is highly dependent on one particular customer, I suppose. It is written in the third paragraph, right? So how after investing some money, how they are going to expand the market, which could be their target customer in the time to come. That is what we should try to understand from the investor. On the other hand, there are some ban on the Indian goods in USA and European countries. So we should try to understand from them how they are going to sell the products in the time to come. These are the basic questions that I would ask.
Mr. Gupta ji, can I add?
May I?
Please, please.
I think first what we need to find out is what are the sanctions that they have from the government of what are the due spending, electricity tax, pollution control board, whether they have paid a